Oh shoot, my mic was muted the whole time. Big mistake. Well, sorry guys. Now you can hear me. Yeah, this isn't necessarily pre or post optimization. We're kind of in the middle of it right now. But this is using the new system, so technically post. And I want to dive into multi-mesh instances as a way to speed up the rendering of the conveyors. Because the tileset stuff works, but I don't know. Seems like it's still incurring a lot of draw calls on the rendering down here on the CPU. And I guess it is just because the GPU has a lot to render. So, I mean, there's probably no way around it. I'll mess with multi-mesh instance, but I don't know if it's really going to amount to anything. We'll see. But so what we need to do is... I mean, there's a lot of work that we're going to have to do to make all these conveyors integrate with everything in the game and stuff. So it's going to take a long time, but... one thing I'd like to now do is, for some reason, the items on here stop, like, moving after a while, and I don't know why. So I'd like to fix that so that doesn't happen anymore. Let's do that. So I presume it's something down in here. So basically the process of how this works is you say add item that adds an item to a conveyor. And then in here, it's sending, or it's starting a tween right here, an add item of the progress. And as soon as that's finished, then it connects to item moved down here, which is sort of like our conveyor push event. If we look at our regular conveyor code, wherever that is, right here. So how this works is that there is the add item thing, yes. And then update kind of handles the tweening and all that business. It looks like this doesn't have... Okay, it does. Tween callback begin push. So this is where it tries to push this item off the conveyor. And that's where this whole thing happens. So I was just going to check if we're able to add the item. Go ahead and delete our own item and stop. So yeah. I think the reason why this doesn't work is because we're adding the items all at the exact same frame. So I think if I just did one item, just as an experiment, it would probably keep moving around. So let's see what this looks like. These aren't like physical buildings yet. Haven't really implemented that. This is just experimenting to see if we can get like the basics of movement and stuff established. Yeah, so it looks like that is working fine. And then we can see as it hits the edge, it goes down and moves, yeah. Now, you also notice that flickering. That is something I want to fix, because it's pretty distracting. I'm not sure how. This might be one of the pros of using the... it looks like it's flickering back to 0 over here, as you can see. So it's really odd. Don't know why it's doing that. My guess is that running clear, it takes a little bit. Because what I do down here is I say canvas item clear right here. But yeah, I think that that's not instantly updating or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Because add item, it's going to pass in item, direction, position. And then this is going to say on here, canvas item, add texture rect. I think it's because, yeah, it has like a delay. I don't think that's something that would happen with the multi-mesh instance, so that might be the play here. I mean, this technically works as it is, but yeah, the multi-mesh instance might be a little more reliable. You can also see this slowly shifting backwards on the conveyor, which is not ideal. I think that just has to do with delta time rounding, where like it'll go a little bit past the delta time. I could probably calculate like how far past it is and then apply that progress to the next one. Maybe that's what I could do to fix that. Because then we can get this moving a little smoother. Maybe we'll do that. So Lawrence VDM, welcome in. How's it going? We could try that. So we could say retained progress. Right. I just drawn. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. So yeah, retain progress, and then down here we can pass that in. So all that needs to be is just current.progress.progress -1. And here we just say 0. Okay, so let's see what we need to do here then. So now that's going to pass in like the leftover progress. Technically this should work now. All we have to do is just say conveyor.progress is equal to retained progress. Although the problem here though is that the speed is still constant, so we're gonna have to fix that. But I just want to see if this kind of visually makes a difference. If it fixes the snapping thing. Looks like it's not. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out. I guess it's because this goes straight to 1, right? And so it kind of doesn't matter. Yeah. We just have to figure out how to get this, like, processing faster. Because the spot where processes, I mean, that does it with a tween and then a signal. Where item moved, and then item moves, says if add item. This should all happen in the exact same frame. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna fix that. It's kind of a minor issue right now, and I'm sure there's a way that we can get around that eventually. But I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's up our move speed, and I'm also just gonna mute the audio for now. I mean, it's a pretty minor thing, honestly, in the grand scheme of things. And I think also, I don't know if it'll... Let's see if like a low FPS would still cause it to happen. Well, it's really hard to tell when it's on this stretch. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it seems like one item works okay. I still don't know why it does that flickering thing where it goes back to 0. It might have to do with the drawing on here. Where when it's in process, what it does is it sets this transform. And so if progress is like 0, I mean, it should be fine. I don't know, it's weird. Maybe it's just because none of the others have been set to that position yet. It could be what it is, actually. That would make sense. Yeah. Now I really need a way to actually output items on here. Because obviously, as it is, we can't really do that normally. What I want to do is be able to do that with the mover, right? Like here. So maybe we'll kind of get that all connected up. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to do that. This is gonna be a lot of work, I'm not gonna lie. But we can start diving into the mover code. So normally what it does here is push into an output. So in what case will it push to a conveyor? I think try push is what we want in here. Or where it gets called. Try push, yeah, right here. So if obj in is a conveyor, yeah, then we call try push from the conveyor. So okay. That'd probably be an easy little optimization on our old system, but it's inherently flawed. Okay. So what we want to do here is get a new obj in right here, right? So temporarily, I'm just gonna like, I mean, that's fine right there. We'll just go into our physics process and temporarily disable our input code. And make a new one. So this isn't necessarily going to have a... I mean, let's see. What do we want to do here? Not really that. Because we're not ever caching this building, right? Because it's not a building anymore. All we really need to do is just say, I think on try... over here, if constant push and all this stuff. And then we do it there. Seems like try push is happening maybe too many times here. That should only be valid if constant push is actually true. So that's interesting. Yeah, let's just temporarily disable this code. Let's just do this so I'm not messing it up. And we're gonna try and see if we can get this mover pushing items onto the conveyor belts. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and grab it. We're gonna say global.conveyors.data.get. So position is going to be our global position. Really wherever our target is, we go to our mover scene. So our output ray is that. We're going to say ray out. I might already have that as a thing. Do I have that referenced up here? I just reference it like that. Okay. So we're going to say that's going to be array out dot global. We would say target position. So global position plus array target position. That should work. Am I rotating? Okay, I'm just resetting the target position. So that'll give us our like output position. Now what we can do is we need to convert that into a vector 2i. So we do that. And then I think all we have to do is just say global.conveyors.add item. Add that position. Excuse me. That needs to be a vector too high. And the item will be whatever is at our inventory. So, building inventory data 0. And I'll just say as long as that is not null, then we add. So we'll see if that works. No idea, but we'll try. So let's give ourselves some iron ingots. Give ourselves some stone and some wood. So now if we put a mover down there with a chest, and put an item in. Nothing much seems to happen. Let's make sure that it's doing stuff. Okay, so it looks like it's because it didn't actually pull any items out. Right, so how do we get it to actually pull the items? It should be trying to pull over here. Let's make sure. Okay, it's not even doing that, which is interesting. Constant pull should be enabled. Let's just go ahead and print obj in, make sure that it did actually find the chest. Interesting. So for some reason the input object is null. I'm not sure why. Doesn't seem to make any sense. Now if I do that, does that work? Okay. What happened to our conveyors or our movers? I guess it's probably because, like... Well, wait, why did that... I don't know. I don't know why this doesn't work now. We say start cache search. And then down here, we're going to say our in object, physics process. Oh, it's because I'm just stupid. Okay. Let's try this again. So it seems like it's still not doing anything. But let's go make sure that the so we're going to print obj_n, see if that's valid. Okay, so it does have an input object, which is good. And I think it's because constant push never got set. So that's kind of an issue. I'm just gonna say here constant push is true for now, and we'll figure out like how that needs to change, but seems like it still doesn't do anything. So let's print okay, it's probably because of how try pull works, where it's probably checking only do that if you actually have a valid output and stuff. Okay, so this is where it's doing it. It's going to update filters. Maybe update filters is not. Yeah, it's because it's only checking output, so it's kind of an issue. We just have to set our own filters to nothing. So let's just temporarily do that while we're testing this. So we're just going to say inventory dot slot filters is empty. Let's try that. Still doesn't want to work. Interesting. So what's happening in try pull? Let's see if the inventory can take. Otherwise, it'll do this. It'll update filters. I guess it's because it's still updating filters right here. Just temporarily, let's comment on that line. Now it should be working. Nope, it's still not working. This is troublesome. But don't know why it's not doing anything. Let me just make sure that this is actually... I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's because this is going to be not running. Yeah. So that's not running. Whatever. But constant pull. Let's make sure that this gets running. So that should be continually trying to take an item from the chest, which it is. But why is it not doing anything? Let's make sure that our changes and stuff are on GitHub before I completely break everything. Okay, yeah, it just seems like this is all the new stuff, so that's fine. There's that fix I made to the right there, but that's okay for now. Alexa, fan on. Burn it up. Alright. So let's start like printing stuff in here and trying to figure out where this isn't calling. Okay, so that is running the code right there. So the result is add item. So we're attempting to add the item to ourselves. I'm just gonna say building dot slot filters is that, and that should just work now, but it still doesn't, which is interesting. So add item is the thing that's failing. And I think it's this call right here because it's checking if our output object is valid. So we just have to comment that out. And now it should work. Okay, so now we're getting there. So add item cannot convert. This has to be .id. So now I think it's attempting to. Seems like it's not able to. Or maybe that's failing on the side of... We'll figure that out. But it's definitely trying in here, I think. If I print out some stuff, let's see. Also, let's get rid of all the other as in here. Okay. So yeah, it's running that code. It looks like it's just failing, though, to add it for some reason. So let's print out what position is. Make sure that's good. So that's going to be minus 168, minus 10. So let's check. Does that align with what we're expecting? So it looks like we should be at like minus 24, minus 176 or something. So I think what it is that we're just not snapping this to the grid. So we can just say snapped vector 2i 16 16. Let's try that. So that still doesn't work. So it's saying the x coordinate's 160, the y coordinate is minus 16. Yeah, I don't think that's right. So what I want to do here, I think, is for our position, our target position, I think we want to floor it. Like that. Maybe try that. Let's see, how are we going to do this? Well, not floor it. We definitely do need to snap it, regardless. So let's just keep that. Maybe we just need to offset it. So vector 2i 16 16 or something. So that's in the top left corner. Doesn't seem to do much. Not sure what the trick is here. I mean, I know that it's calling add item. Right, we can print in here, add, make sure that it's running. And it definitely is. So there's probably errors in here. Oh. So what is stopping it from doing that? It just must be that the position here, that conveyor is not like being found. So let's just print that, make sure that works. Yeah, so it's just not finding the conveyor. So it just must be that the coordinate is incorrect. Ah, it's because this is actually in terms of... I see. In terms of local grids. So what we need to say, this is an easy fix. Just say global.conveyors.to local. That position. I'm gonna say our start position is that. Start position. And then I had to say global.conveyors.to map, or local to map. Like that. That'll probably fix the issue. So let's see what that is. Okay, so that's producing minus 10, 1 now. So let's see what that actually is. So I think this is 0, 0. Minus 1, minus 1. Okay, so the position is incorrect. I think we can just say minus vector 2i 16 16. Let's see if this works. Oh. I don't know why it's complaining. Oh. I need to make sure that gets converted. Oh, check it out. So the mover's now moving items out. Looks like it's not behaving quite properly, but that's fine. But yeah, you can see like with the mover doing the work instead of all of a sudden the items just being on the conveyor. It doesn't seem to cause any issues with that weird like item deletion stuff, so I think we're fine. Seems to be working as intended. There's still so much work that we have to do, but we're getting closer every day. Okay. So now we can finally output items onto this conveyor. This will let us do more performance testing. Let's give myself like 500 stone. So that one is odd. It didn't work for some reason facing down. I wonder if that's just a position thing again. It probably is. Which is strange. Now, does it work on a conveyor when it's moving on the side? I don't know if I'll be able to build here, but try. Okay, yeah, we can. Let's see what this does. So that doesn't do anything either. It's probably just another position thing again, is my guess. Let's try like over here with this mover, make sure that works. Yeah, so it works when it seems like it's facing up, which is strange. Okay. I do wonder what happens if we have like a race condition, right? Like if we have two movers, which item gets inserted? Is it just going to block the other mover off? You know, what's going to happen here? So let's actually do that because I'm curious to see. So we're just going to do that to chests. And then we're going to pop stone in one and wood in the other. And let's just see how what happens here. I have no idea what's going to happen. Okay, it looks like the first mover just takes priority. It's not really an issue or anything. I mean, it's fine. I just want to see if it's random or if it's not. Then as soon as this runs out of items, the wood should be able to move by. Oh, right. It's never going to run out of items. Oh, well, I can do that. Oh, but see, that's one issue is that the items then in front, or these ones, don't get updated to move. So I do have to fix that. The way that we can do that is through signals, where once the one is in front, it sends a signal to the one behind to update again and try and move. So yeah. But as you can see, though, the items do move along the conveyor. We can also work on a way to take items back off now. That should be basically the same concept. Although we have to figure out the coordinate stuff first, though, before we really approach that. I don't know why it doesn't seem to work when it's on the side, so... Oops. Right, it just doesn't output. So let's go figure out why that is. So our global position plus our target position. So that should shift it over one to the right or whatever. I mean, I don't really need to make it that complicated. What we can say is just our direction times 2 or whatever. Which I don't know why that's times only 2. Ah, it's because it's stupid. Okay, so this is part of our issue down here we can fix. I realized that actually needs to be times 16. So save that, and that'll probably fix our issue. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now it looks like we can insert from any angle, but let's just try facing down here, make sure that one works. Yep, that works just fine. And that's one thing that's going to be a little troublesome, is the item depth compared to this mover, because it's underneath the mover right now. We'll have to figure out how we can address that, but... So yeah, we're just going to experiment loading this up with a bunch of items. See how it behaves. We're going to need a couple more movers. And we're going to need a whole lot of stone. And I forgot that these ones won't move anywhere. Cool. Actually, I think I can just technically put a building on top of the conveyors right now. We'll just do that. Oh, right. I forgot this is also just an infinite. We don't even need all these items. Okay. Oh, God. There's a lot of items. I guess those are going to sit there. They're going to mess up my performance. Well, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Well, this all seems good. So, no real issues here. Now, as we put more items on here, we will start to see the performance drop a little bit, just because basically the controller is going to have to process all of these things moving, which is fine. But there's still even more potential for performance even after that. I don't know why our profiler is just broken, so that sucks. Well, I guess we're gonna have to relaunch everything. Also, I wanted to fix these two conveyors right here. Boom, boom. Okay. One thing, it's tricky, because we don't know when exactly it's gonna happen and stuff, but we do have the ability to treat items as a block, right? Instead of calculating one item, we basically just draw it as one big stretch of items. So we just draw it moving across as one block. And that's definitely interesting. I think it's something that Factorio does, just because then you can minimize the number of items that you're having to process. So that is something that we can do. I'm not necessarily going to do that right now, because we have bigger problems to worry about. But it's definitely an interesting concept, though. So let's also fix this where right here, if add item and stuff, then we're just going to go ahead and call this on the item behind us, or the conveyor behind us. So this is what we're going to say. Current position minus that. And we'll actually do... Okay, so what we can say is we can actually just call item moved on the thing behind us as like an update. And I think that'll work, because it'll calculate all this again and try and do the next one and stuff. So let's see if this works. What this should ideally prevent is that issue where if like an item gets blocked from a thing in front, it'll update after and won't just stay there forever. Man, we still have so much work. Because we've got to get this integrated with the underground conveyors, the splitters. Movers are still completely broken. You can't take items off from the side on a mover right now, so that's a whole thing. This may make movers a little slow technically, but I think there's ways that we can figure that out. Or like address that, so I'm not super worried about it. One thing that we can do is just say like, basically create our own signal system. I mean, not our own. We can use signals for this stuff and then tell the mover like, hey, your conveyor at this position finally signaled, you know. Okay, so let's attempt this pulling thing now. So we're going to put some wood in there. And then as soon as that's done, we'll have this... Oh, it's not happy. So current apparently is null. Okay, so we have to say if current. Also, we're doing this at times where we don't want this to happen. Because I want to say only do this if the one behind us is already processed, right? So we're going to say this. Var behind is data.get that. We're going to say if behind.progress is greater than or equal to 1, then we say move. And if we're checking it there, we don't need to check if current right there. So let's try that. So this is going to be a little funny until it gets updated. There we go. Okay, so now that item's moving. We put some stone in here. And then as this will probably stop here. It's going to stall. Oh, that's interesting. It did not stall. Still getting a little bit of weirdness. Let's reopen because I messed it all up. Okay. Wood. All right. So we've got some wood going through there. A little stone in there. Okay. So it seems to cause these items to sometimes get pushed in. It's not necessarily a big issue or anything, but it's interesting. Something to be aware of. You can see there's like a little stutter there. So, have to keep that in mind. Don't necessarily mind that though. I feel like it kind of makes sense where the things from the very back would have priority over the things randomly in the middle. Because that's kind of like how it works in Factorio, for example, right? Where if you have items coming in, those will always take priority over new items coming onto the belt. It's not really an issue. The only downside though is that there seems to be like a delay, right? So when I put this item down, you can see right when it hits here, it has to wait for this to like get pushed in. I mean, I guess it's not really a big deal because it's just that this item's being pushed in. So it's not like it's broken. Also now this does, you can see there's still some really weird issues with like the updating, or sometimes it gets stuck in this loop where now like all of these things are instantly updating. It's really odd. Seems like it happens whenever there's an empty conveyor back here. I'm trying to figure out why this behavior happens. Because an item up here moves, and you can see it's like duplicating the items. Well, it's not actually, because these ones are getting erased. Very odd. Seems like it eventually works itself out, which is really strange. I don't know why. How it even does that. But we'll figure it out. So when there's gaps in between, it doesn't seem to matter. Like there's no weird glitching. So strange. All right, so now we're gonna need a signal for when an item has exited. And I'm just gonna have, I don't want to call this signal a billion times, you know, because that's kind of bad for performance, but I don't think we can dynamically create signals. Because signal is like a hard-coded variable. Unless I can just create a signal in code. But then how am I going to know to connect that signal? That's kind of the issue, right? Unless what I do is just each conveyor here has a signal associated with it. So we could say item move signal. Then this can just be signal moved. But no idea if that's going to work. Because I don't know if I can just say signal moved. Yeah, I don't think that works, but there might be a way. I mean, let's look into it. Go create signal in code. I mean, this is just the documentation on how to make signals, but I want to see if there's like some kind of function for creating a signal like in here, right? That's just connecting the signal. You know, we might not be able to do that, which is too bad. But something that we can do to make this work is instead of having this just be a signal in here, this can actually just be an object. So something that's interesting here that we could do, we already have this object here, this conveyor progress thing. I'm just going to call this the controller. And because all this will do, it's basically just going to be like a resource. It'll be a node, but it's a conveyor controller. Now what we can do is that this in here can have a signal for when an item is moved. And we'll pass in, right, we'll emit position, which will be type of vector 2i. So that'll work. So now what we can do is in here, we have our controller. Whenever an item has moved down here and been erased right here, we can now go ahead and say current dot controller dot move dot emit current dot position. So there we go. Boom. I think that'll work. So now we can connect our movers up to those signals and stuff, which is really useful. And this way we can have a signal for each conveyor. But we're already creating these node objects anyway, so might as well take advantage of that. This also means we could actually set up signals for like adding them to, you know, add item and all that business. We could connect these signals to other conveyors too. So definitely opens up some interesting possibilities. Where each signal can connect to the conveyor in front of its signal and check whenever that item has been deleted. Then it just, instead of calling all this and getting the behind position, checking if it's valid and all that stuff, we just run it. So it could be interesting. So Gilded Birch, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so this will be cool, I think. It's funny how this all has to work, but okay, that's something that might be a little annoying, is this progress.progress thing. Because now we have to rename it to controller, but at least we won't have to do that ever again. Okay, so right here we say controller, and down here we say controller. All right. I have to restart the game. So yeah, let's actually hook that up now for these conveyors, because it's so much better to do that like initially when you place it down instead of doing this at runtime. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll probably connect that later once we get everything else working, but at least the possibility for that is there now. So that's good. Okay. I think I saw one of your videos a way back and instantly recognized the art style for the stream thumbnail. Oh yeah. Welcome in. Yeah, I would like to do more YouTube videos at some point. It's just very time consuming to edit and stuff. I'd like to though. I don't know. I'll try. I feel bad because I was talking to someone about like paying them to edit and stuff, and then I just kind of like totally like left them hanging. But I don't know. Okay, so now we can check. Meanwhile, doing the most time-consuming thing in working on a factory game, yeah. That's the thing. It's just the trying to find time. I mean, editing, yes, is a big part of making the video. It's very time-consuming, but honestly, the thing that takes more time is just coming up with the idea, writing the script, recording the footage, and then also doing the voiceover. It's very time-consuming. It takes forever. So, yeah, it's really hard. It's hard to squeeze it in, but I will make another video eventually. I've just got to come up with a better idea on like what the video can actually be. I had a couple like in progress and they're not bad by any means, but I don't know. If I'm going to spend the time to actually do it, I want to make sure it's worthwhile. So hey, welcome in. How's it going? We are currently working on rebuilding all of the conveyors again. So, but it's going good. I mean, it's very promising so far what this new system can do. Still gonna need a lot more work, but yeah. Let's see here. Okay, so now that we have signals in our back in our mover, we can kind of change how this gets applied and everything. Yeah, we also need to work on being able to pull from conveyors. So right now it's going to do all of this stuff, and it's kind of complicated. We don't need it to be this intense for conveyors. So tri-pull is only for storage though, not logistics, as noted here. So yeah, we have to think about how we're gonna like detect the item being ready to push. The way I did it before is that the conveyor actually decided where the item goes to. So it'll like check. It'll be like, okay, try the mover to the left, try the mover to the right, and then go forward. Right? But our conveyors are stupid now. Like they can't, it's harder to like do that kind of stuff. I mean, technically we can with the conveyor of just check each direction, see if there's a mover, but that would require a physics check and stuff unless we cache the position of the mover, and it's just a whole complicated thing. So I don't accidentally lose out on our performance optimization. Conveyor sounds simple until you actually have to think about how they work. Yeah. Also work efficiently with tons of items. Yeah, it can be a nightmare. It's just, it's so hard because it's like, yeah, they're so simple in concept. Just a thing that moves an item to another position, but optimizing that is incredibly difficult. Like the satisfactory way where they're not pushers or pullers. That's totally fair, yeah. I think that can be cool. I think it works really well in a game like Satisfactory because it's 3D. It kind of makes it a lot easier to route items in and stuff because you have... Because normally on 2D you have 4 sides that you can push items into. But with 3D you could stack inputs above or below each other. You know, you have a lot of freedom with that. Because like I think, for example, one of the buildings in Satisfactory, the refinery or whatever, I'm pretty sure it has inputs stacked above. I might be thinking of a different building, but you have this whole space for inputs, so it kind of like makes it a lot easier. It can be hard to do that with oh, the blender. Blender. I don't know, maybe they don't do that with their buildings, which is interesting, because you'd think they'd take advantage of that. The mixer? I think the mixer is the blender. Well, I guess I'm wrong, but yeah. I decided not to do that with Starground just because I wanted kind of control over how those items move around and stuff. I mean, I definitely thought about going down the Satisfactory route of just having like conveyors go straight into buildings and stuff, but I don't know. I just didn't do it. Because one thing that like definitely makes you lose out on is kind of just doing like pulling from conveyors and stuff. Normally what you can do when you have movers, you can just do this. We have a belt, and all you need to do to connect these buildings is just put a mover right here on the side of the conveyor. So it's really easy. Otherwise, normally what you would have to do to make that work with like a game like Satisfactory is you have to put like a splitter thing down here and then put another conveyor to have that go into the other building. You know, and it's fine. I mean, you can do that, do it that way, but it definitely is a whole thing. It's probably too late for me to ever change that design pattern in Starground, but I mean, technically I could, but it would be... No, it'd be way too crazy, because I would have to completely, basically redo every single building in the game, and their sprites. Not worth it. That would be kind of a nightmare. Okay, why did this crash? Oh, it's because I tried to access progress. Whoops. Yeah, let me make sure I'm not mentioning just straight up progress. Match case. Okay, good. Great, it's not pushing items again. I'll figure that out. Packager was the building I was thinking about? Oh, okay. The Packager. Oh yeah, it has like, there we go, yeah. But see, this is something that I think is an advantage. They obviously don't take advantage of it very often, I guess, but you can do cool things like that in 3D. It's just harder to... I think it's harder to do like input belt into building like this in 2D though. And also just visually, this is like very obvious that like, okay, there's a big hole that I can see on the side. Obviously the conveyors go into it there, right? But one downside with 2D is that if you're looking at a building from top down and the inputs are on the side, you can't really see them very easily. So that kind of becomes complicated. Also, one big pro that Satisfactory has too, being 3D, is rotating buildings. So in Satisfactory, you just have this 3D object and you can rotate it around however you want, right? But the issue with 2D is that since everything is like a static sprite, if you want to have 4 different directions that things can rotate in, it means you now have to draw 4 different sprites for that building, which is exponentially increases the work. Yeah, and exactly, that's another thing too, is then you'd have to make your buildings way larger. Because like, for example, the crafter is only 2x2. It's fine because you can put in items from any direction. So you have 8 input/outputs. But yeah, if you have like, it would look odd if you just had like a bunch of inputs like this all around the crafter, I feel like, but I don't know. Yeah, you'd have to change everything. So it's a lot of work. I don't know. Probably not something I'd want to do for a 2D game. But it's definitely a good way of doing it for 3D, that's for sure. So why doesn't this work? Must just be not able to push it in again for some reason. Let's figure that out. So is it printing the position? Let's see. It's definitely printing pole. Okay, so it is trying to push it, but it just can't for some reason. So I was gonna say, yeah, I'm getting that. Add item. Just join. Why not take the factorial approach and have arrows? Arrows. Do you mean with like the movers? Like how it like grabs from one spot to the other? Because that's basically what movers are. They're kind of the exact same thing. Yeah, factorial is interesting because pipes basically work how conveyors work in Satisfactory, where they just go straight into the building. Okay, yeah, just like the... Yeah, we already have those in Starground, actually, with a lot of buildings. If you hover over a building, like the mover, it shows the input and output directions, so... But yeah, I'm not planning to... This is not like an issue. I'm just going over why I didn't do that with Starground. Because it's... For the reasons I specified, it would be kind of complicated in 2D, so... Some buildings like the miner. That's true, yeah. Some buildings can do that. It's odd. Because I gotta figure out why this doesn't work. Also, we got an ad starting in just a minute. My apologies, gamers. I'm sorry. Might not need to subtract this vector here now. Whoa, never mind, I need to use the vector. Here, what object was that adding to? Yeah, it's adding to that one, so you'd think it would work if I did minus vector 2i16, but it doesn't seem to work, so I don't know why. It's really weird. Why does it work when I'm adding it over there, but then not here? Maybe it's just the position it's trying to output to is wrong or something. Let's see what it is. Minus 12, 1. Okay, yeah, because I think this is 0. This will be 0. So for some reason it's going to 1. No, that's correct there. And then it's going 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. 10, 11, 12. It is going to the right coordinate. Minus 12, 1 right here. I just don't know why, though, it's not working. It's kind of odd. We're saying add item. Yeah, I don't know. Conveyor. That should be just constantly trying to do that. I mean, the item should be null. Controller.progress is that. We're still controlling controller.progress. I don't really know why it doesn't work. Now let's just start printing. I'm gonna have to restart the game because now there's items on the belt. I don't know which ones are which. Okay. Give stone 99, give wood 99. Okay. Alright, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's just put some... Okay, now it works. Doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what I did, or what I changed. Maybe it just straight up needed a game reset? I don't know. Kind of strange, if you ask me. Very weird. Okay. Let's fix the issue where it just infinitely duplicates the item. So it's pretty easy to do. We just have to say, kind of like our try push function. Or we do all this stuff, and then if result, we delete item. It's pretty easy. So we just have to go back up to our process event. So we're gonna say, if that was successful, oh god, then delete our item. So now if we put a single item in, there we go. No longer duplicates our items. The items are still super flickery, like the sprites. We've got to work on that, but I'm more concerned right now with the functionality versus the visuals, because visuals are easy, but I kind of need to get like a proof of concept of this, right? Where it's like, is this actually going to be a feasible system that's going to work for Starground? So I want to get the functionality first, and then we worry about the details later. There's some good coding practices in cases like you have in that add item. Let's see. The if conveyor. Oh yeah, you're just saying if not conveyor, just immediately return out. I can. I mean, I can just, yeah, I've done that in other places just to decrease the number of, like, I mean, it doesn't technically make anything different, but yeah, I can just say, you know, if not conveyor, return false. And then I can also say, if conveyor.item is not equal to null, return false. They're called guardian statements or something? Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know exactly what those are called, but yeah, I mean, performance-wise, I think this works the exact same way as an if statement. It does look nicer, for sure. Usually with these, like, guardian statements, if that's what they're called, I like to format them like this, just because they're all one-liners, so it'd be nice if that's just in its own little compact section. I know that it's technically against the rules or whatever of formatting, because everything's supposed to have an indentation after, so it does look a little cursed, but it's just nicer that way. Alright, I think, well, we're getting there. We're able to put items onto the conveyors pretty easily now. You know, just being able to pop an item in here and boom, it's on there. Now, yes, movers are going to need a whole bunch of optimization after this, because the way that they're pushing items on here is super inefficient. It's trying to push the item every single frame, which is really bad. The whole point of having that moved signal that we just put into the conveyor controller, it means that this mover can, like, say, okay, I've cached this conveyor, this is my conveyor. It's gonna wait until that signal gets called and then say, oh, signal's called, boom, and then push the item out onto it because it knows that it's empty. So it's just an easy way for like to minimize the amount of code that we're running, you know. But yeah. Ooh, I gotta scratch my ear. Okay. Also, I have an idea for the way that we could render in items on the conveyors. It's kind of, I don't know if it's going to be feasible, but we could create a multi-mesh instance for every single item in the game. And then that way that we can have all these items be multi-mesh instanced. The nice thing about a multi-mesh instance is that it does all of its calls in one draw call, which is really good. So I still don't know why our profiler is broken. That's kind of frustrating. Let's restart the engine because I kind of need that to know if this is working or not. So yeah, I really hope this new system is going to work out though. There's still kind of a lot of unknowns. I don't know for sure if this is going to be viable, but we'll see. All right, I hope the profiler works now. If it still doesn't work, then I have no idea what's going on. I'm only running with one instance, so it should be okay. Man, it was storming earlier. It was like just instant hail all of a sudden and lightning. It's like, oh my god. It stopped though. It always rains for like 2 minutes and then it's done for the rest of the day. It's just, I don't know. Okay. Does my profiler work now? Yes, it does. Yeah, I want to be able to see like what the performance impact of moving these items across actually has. I definitely think that this is going to run better regardless, compared to the node approach, just because of the way that this works. But I still want to be aware of the performance impact and stuff of having items on these conveyors. The reason why I put down so many conveyors is because this is kind of the ultimate, like, situation here of, like... I doubt people would have more than this number of conveyors, right? This is 11,000 conveyors. People just don't build factories with that many conveyors, and that's intended. Just the way Starground works. Starground's not like Factorio in the sense where like you're building the biggest possible factory, you know? It's just not balanced around that, so let's see what happens here with these items. Might do that weird merging thing again. Oh, it actually ran out of items. Okay, yeah, it's normal. Oh, but this didn't update over here, so that's a problem. And I think it's because it checked for... I see here. Yeah, it's okay. What we're gonna do is change this system to be in the form of a signal instead of checking behind it, because in a case like this where the conveyor is moving to the side of the conveyor, then yeah, it doesn't work. Well, it still seems like performance in here is pretty good. I mean, we can stop it and just check a random spot in here. You can see that add item moved. Those are going to be the most, like, impact right now, but that's still really not that bad. Especially once we change all this to signals and stuff, that's going to just continue to get even faster. It's already running a lot faster than... Like, you can see, here's the player process, and then our conveyor controller is beneath that, so... Add item doesn't really seem to have much of a performance impact. Also, the thing that's great about this is that it kind of opens us up to really interesting kinds of optimization. It's really hard to do this like optimization stuff when each individual building is its own object, but with this, it's gonna let me like all of these items here on this conveyor can be processed as one block, right? So yeah. So what's the goal of this game? Really the goal is just to get all the research. At some point, it's, you know, the game is still in early access, so it's still in development, but I want to add an actual, like, final, you know, ending to the game and stuff, and more of a story. I'm going to start diving into that in the next update, the next major content update. It's going to be, like, we're going to add questing and stuff like that, so, yeah. Does that just mean your player's very unoptimized? Nah, the player's, yeah, 0.6 milliseconds is pretty quick, performance-wise. It's basically nothing. So yeah. It's just that these conveyors are running blazingly fast. And also, we gotta keep in mind, this is with 11,000 conveyors too. The way I'm like handling this conveyor stuff, which is a good way to do it, is like, any conveyor that doesn't need to be actively updated, like all of these empty conveyors, and also the ones that just have an item but aren't moving, don't do anything. They don't even get their like sprite drawing updated. They don't process their like progress thing anymore. So it's great because even if you have an enormous factory with tons and tons and tons of conveyors, if you have a lot of conveyors that are just kind of empty or full of items and not doing anything, then they won't have any performance impact in your game. So that's really good. So only the items that are actively moving on conveyors will do anything. And if I can also optimize that too, like merge this long stretch of conveyor somehow into an individual block of items, then it's gonna run super great. One thing that is a little tricky about optimization in Starground versus something like Factorio is the fact that I do take into account delta time with the conveyor calculations, right? So it means that things aren't always like super, like predictable and deterministic, because sometimes they move faster, sometimes they move slower, you know, based off of what your FPS is. I mean, it's good because then it means if you run at low FPS, your factory doesn't slow down, but it definitely does complicate things, though. I can't rely on like what numbers will become, right? Because if I say progress plus 1 times delta, that could be 1. It could instantly reach its progress of 1, or maybe it only reaches, you know, 0.01 or something. There's no way of knowing. So it does kind of make things tricky. I still don't know why this bug is happening. I presume it has something to do with our calling the update from behind. I think if we swap to a signal system, I don't think that'll matter anymore. So let's actually get started on that. So yeah, let's get rid of this in the, not in here. And level, stop the profiler. This whole, behind thing here. I'm just gonna temporarily disable that. I don't know why the profiler's still going when I called stop. Or when I hit stop. Okay, Godot. Whatever. So now all we're gonna do behind here is just say... I'm just gonna have another function that's like... check can move or whatever. And this is gonna get called whenever we have the signal, and this gets called with the position, so... That's gonna be a vector 2i. So all we're gonna say here, we know that if this gets called, that the conveyor will exist in front of us, so we don't have to check if that exists. And all we're gonna say is var current, right, is gonna be equal to, oh yeah, and I guess we're gonna have to have the starting position on this too. Let's see here. What is this? Signal error? Sig error. Odd. So how do we want to do this? Each conveyor is going to connect to the signal of the one in front of itself. But I need to know, like, the value of... I guess I can pass that in alongside the signal. But that doesn't really work, does it? I don't know, that's going to be tricky. Because when this function gets called, it's not like I have a reference to where it's being called from, if that makes sense. Normally with an object, you can say, okay, I know I'm myself, so I can just check, you know. But I need to be able to get the conveyor that this is calling from. So, definitely a little complicated. I guess what I could do is call that move signal on the thing that it's connected to. I don't know how we're going to do this, but let's think here. Okay, so let's just break this down. So first thing that happens down here, item gets moved, boom, it emits, and this is going to emit the current position of where that item was moved. Okay, easy. So conveyors up here, they're going to check in front of their direction and see, okay, is there a conveyor in front of me? If there is, connect my signal to that. So that's going to read and check if moved has been emitted on that ever. And that's going to be inside of the control object. So I guess I could just run a function inside of the conveyor controller to do that. Might be the way to do it. So I'll probably do it that way. Yeah. So now what I'm going to do here is say for I and data, we're going to loop through. Now we're going to say, so that's going to return coordinates. I'm going to say if var front is data.get I.direction. I have to say I plus I.direction. Oh, right. So I.position plus I.direction. And now we're going to say if front current dot controller dot connect front dot controller dot moved. Oh, also we have to say this. And then say dot connect to current dot controller dot check moved. Okay. So now we can create that function inside of our controller, check moved function. So we go into our scene here, function check moved, because now we know like we can pass in our initial position and stuff here, right? Var position. So we know which conveyor this is finally. So function check moved. This is going to pass in the next coordinate or whatever. And all we're going to say is if progress is equal to 1, then we know that we're ready to move. And then we can say global.conveyors.add item next, and then get our info and stuff. So we'll say var current is global.conveyors.data at index position. And then we're going to say add item next. The item, which is current.item and current.direction. All right. So now we need to make sure that position's being passed in here when we're initially instantiating our things. So right here, we're just going to call, let's see here. Position. Down here, we just say data at i.controller.position, or I think it's lowercase position, is equal to I. All right, so let's see if that works. So this should connect up all these signals now to check moved, and then if that's valid, it calls add item to the one in front of us. So let's see what happens. So it shouldn't look like it's doing much until we actually end up with a situation where it needs to. But we'll emulate that happening by just pushing some items in front. Once we get around to being able to break conveyors and stuff, that's definitely gonna make this a little easier to test. But yeah. Still something we gotta work on though. Alright. So well, so it looks like it doesn't take too long to load in these conveyors and stuff, which is good. Because this is 11,000 conveyors, so I'm actually surprised that it's so fast. We have wood, 99. Okay, first test, can we put items in? Okay, it's not happy. So add item. Argument 2. This one. It's because our item was null. We also just have to say if I think this, just to make sure we actually have an item. I think that's our issue here. Let's check that out now. So far, so good. So if we attempt to block these items over here, and then after these items move, okay, it's not visually updating over here, because it seems to be just duplicating the item over and over. So that's an issue. So let's figure out why that's happening. I mean, it's definitely calling the signal. It's probably just because it's not setting its current item to null. But it should do that in here, I thought. Oh no, that doesn't get called. Only on an item moved. I see. Because the progress is already at 1. Yeah, I just need to make sure that I'm calling item moved over here, I believe, instead of what I'm doing now. So back to here, we just say, oh, and then I could just say myself. Oh. So we don't even need to pass over. Okay. We can just do that now. And I think that already checks if the item's not null. Yeah. Alright. So now that should work. You can see it looks like it kind of did already. So if we put an item in here, that seemed to be good. Let's put a couple in there. Couple in there. I just want to see what happens right here at the collision point. Oh. Yeah, definitely still some weird graphical glitches and stuff that we need to work out. But so far so good. So once these items go through, we should see these follow behind it. It does seem like it fixed that weird issue where the items behind would like teleport into each other and stuff, so that's good. Yeah, it looks like this is working pretty well. And it runs well. That's the most important part. I want to make this run really, really well because this still doesn't take into account like all the other overhead of just having a factory, right? This is just like an isolated environment. So it should run really, really good in here so that when it gets into the factory with all the other stuff running, it still runs at a reasonable FPS, you know? Also, it seems like we sort of fixed that issue with the items snapping back by using signals. They kind of snap back a little tiny bit, I think, sometimes when they move around the corner and stuff, but it seems to be mostly fixed. Signals tend to do that because they instantly, like, run the code when you call the signal. There's no, like, frame delay. I think part of that being pushed back might actually just have to do with the, like, the sprite drawing, so we'll look into that. Ooh. And see, funny stuff like that just happens randomly. As you can see, now this is like redrawing the whole thing. I don't know why that happens. But I'm thinking of swapping over the items away from doing our own rendering server drawing because that seems to just be very not good for performance. And instead we just use a multi-mesh instance. Because then essentially it would be treating each item type as one sprite. So like all of these iron ingots is just drawn as one image, which is pretty good. Same with all the wood. And since most of the time, if you have a conveyor, it's typically one item repeated thousands of times. I think it'll be fine. I don't think it's going to be too bad. Now we will have to also get all this data syncing on multiplayer, and that's going to be kind of a hassle to do. But once we do, though, it'll be nice. Yeah, I'm glad I kind of did the power network in this way too, right? The way that I like process all the data in our power network is all with just one node instead of like processing per building. And I think that's part of the reason why the power network runs so fast. Is because like all of the buildings and everything in here, it's only going to ever calculate the properties of our power network once. It just runs through the buildings and adds it all up in one node here. And then gets the generating and consuming values and stuff. And that's technically how we're now doing our conveyors. We're like changing our conveyors into that system, which is better. Of having it be like an individual controller object, right? So I think that'll help. Still got to make these other conveyors rotate. That's not a huge issue right now, but I worked on the shader for this, for getting this to move. I think before how I had it was with the conveyor, it was two separate nodes, which was bad because it's bad for performance. So now it's just one node, and it's not even a node, it's a sprite. And then it has a shader that scrolls the conveyor UV across. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do for the corners on this new way of displaying the conveyors. I mean, really, there's 4 different kinds, I think, of corner conveyors. I think it's just the 4 directions. Yes, I think it'll be fine. There might be 8, we'll see. But whatever it is, we can figure it out. Now, one thing that we will have to, like, dive into with the corner conveyors is how do we actually make it look like they're rotating around? Because that's going to get really complicated. This is super easy because all it's doing is just pushing a UV forward. But with the corner conveyor, I would have to rotate a UV around in like a circle. So, hey, Settlix, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? Yeah, welcome in. We are currently rebuilding all of the conveyors again. It's so cool. But there's a lot of good reasons for it, so I'll get into all that. But yeah. It's working on making a fake little SMS app in my lockpicking thievy game. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Cool. Yeah, we are just messing with conveyors. So, conveyors in Starground work, but they aren't the fastest thing ever. I've always really wanted to optimize them more, because I think there was always improvements to be made. The way that conveyors worked is that they were all individual nodes, which usually is fine, but I've seen more and more people start getting into larger factory stuff, like toward endgame, and I realized that it's going to need a little bit, I gotta squeeze a little more performance out, so I'm trying this new system. What this does is that this is using a tile map to actually, like, put down the conveyors and stuff, right? So these are no longer nodes. For anyone that isn't familiar with what a node is in Godot, it's basically just like an object, like a class or whatever you want to call it. And it's fine, but they can start to be really slow if you have a lot of them. And with conveyors, since there's thousands and thousands of them, it kind of becomes a problem. But this means that I can draw all these in with 0 nodes. I mean, technically there's 1 node for the tile map node, but it's nothing. So yeah, it's very performant. I think it'll work, but still needs a little bit more work. But all these images are just being drawn on top. I'm doing the images, like the items with the rendering server. So I'm gonna have to, I think I'm gonna change how those get rendered though, because you can see it's very weird and flickery. So doesn't affect your item transport stuff too much. Well, it's gonna be a lot of work because I do kind of have to rebuild the entire way that items get moved around and stuff. It's a pretty big refactor, unfortunately. It's gonna be a lot of work, but it will be more performant though. Yeah, I hope it is. But yeah, I mean, Starground's a factory game. It makes sense that I would, you know, it's worth it to me to make these conveyors even more optimized. Yeah, it's a lot of work and or whatever, but I'll do it. But it's coming along. I mean, we've already got some of the basics kind of working. So, like, you can put items into movers and they put it onto the conveyor and stuff. So, you know, it's not... I mean, it's not like the worst thing ever to get these reconnected with all our logistic stuff. It's definitely going to be a lot of work, but it's getting there. And yeah, I think the big thing that we need to just work on now is, like, how these images are drawing the items on top, because they're, I don't know. The rendering server is interesting and all, but it seems like there's a lot of weird delays and stuff. It's just not exactly behaving how I want it to, so. There's also some more optimizations that we can actually hit too with this new system. So it's complicated and I'll have to work on it and figure out how to actually do it, but we could actually process and treat all of these sections of conveyor as one conveyor, which is huge for performance if we get that working one day. Basically, if all the conveyors are just lined up in a single line, we know that all of the items will be moving it as one block, right? They're all going to move together. So instead of having to loop through every single one of these items individually, I can just kind of group them all together into a block of conveyors and just be like, here is conveyor at this Y coordinate or whatever. And I can like define the start and end points. So I know like where the conveyor is. And then I can just say, okay, push the items over. So yeah. Yeah, I won't have to subdivide it, which will be really cool. But that's kind of something I'll probably mess around with another time. Because I don't want to spend like multiple months working on this. I mean, this is a huge rabbit hole that, you know, you can fall down into. I mean, just a game like Factorio, they've been optimizing their conveyors for like years and years, right? Just continually chipping away at little improvements here and there. And so that's I could be working on this forever, but I don't want to. So I'm just gonna try and get it like better. Definitely it'll be better than it was before. And just keep those other optimizations in mind for revisiting them at another time. So yeah, the Spirit of Factory Games optimization must be had. Yeah. Am I drawing a new sprite every time or moving it to the next? I think I'm technically drawing a new sprite every time. I mean, I'm sure that's the reason for the flickering. I don't know if there's an easy way to like move the sprites over. I could, but then it means like I'd have to constantly be creating new ones. Like basically the way I do it now is all of these conveyors have a canvas item created from the beginning, and then I just plop an item on, and it like draws every time this item moves across one. And it seems to work fine. It's just other than the flickering stuff. But I think I'm going to completely change all that. There's this node in Godot called the mesh instance node. And it's definitely very interesting. Basically what the mesh instance node is designed for is to draw a bunch of one texture. And that's kind of exactly what we're doing here. So with the instance items you're talking about, couldn't you also use an atlas texture and render them all with one draw call? Not sure. I mean, the tile maps are instanced or with an atlas. So that's why those already are rendering super fast, just the conveyors by themselves. But I don't know if I can actually finally control the position of where that sprite is drawn though with a tile map, because I think this is pretty you know, binary where it's either here or here. There's no like in between. So I'm not sure, but I think that's what this mesh instance node will work well for. What this will do is merge all of one type of sprite into one draw call. So like if we have wood, for example, and we give this a mesh, we just do a quad mesh. You can see it's drawing wood down here now. And this is going to start out really tiny, but I can make it larger. There we go, just like that. And we'll mess with the size. I think this has to be the pixel size of the object. Yeah, like that. But now we can do with this is, I think we have to do it with code. But you can like add more instances to this mesh instance of this item. And that's, I think, what we're going to do for our conveyors. Does the position of that canvas item reset back to the beginning after it moves then? It's a good point. It might... I mean, it does eventually get reset once it like sets the new item and stuff, and then it runs through process. But that's probably the reason for the flickering, is because there's like a little bit of a delay. But yeah, I mean, we could experiment with that really quick and just see if that fixes that issue, where whenever we add an item before we do anything, we just say canvas item set, transform, and we're getting the RID down here, so there, and then the new transform here would just be 0 and whatever our sprite is. Or I guess that's our conveyor position, yeah. So we can just say conveyor.position times 16. So let's see if that does fix the flickering. I don't know if that really will fix the other stuff, though. It's gonna have to run, I think, through all of these before the flickering is fixed. I think? No. Well, it doesn't seem to do anything then. But I don't think this flickering will be an issue with the multi-mesh instance node. Because all we're gonna do is just keep a list of all the items that are valid and then move them along, and Godot, like the rendering engine, will kind of handle all the item drawing. It seems good over here though, now that these items have actually moved through. It's weird, it's only like on the edge. I think it fixed the position stuff where they kept getting like teleported back here. But as you can see, I think the like the sprite texture updating is not working. So it's unfortunate. Because I do say clear down here, yeah. I mean, maybe what I need to do is just change clear to be up here on add item also. I don't know if this will actually do anything, but we can try it. And then I set the texture. No, it's still doing the flickering, so I don't know if there's really a way that I can fix that from happening with these with the rendering server. And you can see we also just get a lot of weird graphical issues, like this whole stretch right here of conveyors is just randomly empty for some reason, right? Even though there are items here, I know there are because they keep spawning in over here, as you can see right there. So I think you just using the mesh instance is going to be more reliable in this case. But yeah. So let's integrate that, because I kind of want to try, and it would really help I think optimize this a lot more. We wouldn't have to do all these RID calls and get the sprite here and all that stuff, because it'll just work. We just grab the position and draw it based off of what the item ID is. So what we're gonna have to do then is create a mesh instance for every single item in the game. Sounds bad, but I don't think it's actually that big of a deal. We just have to say for in global.items table. And now that's going to give us a key of every single item. We're going to say var item data. And we could even maybe like do this at the beginning of loading in the game and then just store it in our global singleton. Because that would run even better than having to do it on load. So item data is going to be mod API.get item data. Do you use source control or just yell at him? No, I definitely use source control. I made sure that I have the last patch right here pushed to GitHub in case this, doesn't work out, because I don't want to break the game forever. But yeah. Okay, hey, welcome back. How's the game going? It's going. We're working on optimization stuff right now. I'm gonna mess around with these mesh instance 2D nodes because I think they might be interesting for performance. I'm gonna see how it goes with them. Imagine being so hardcore that you have a game out and seeing the no source control. That would be crazy. Yeah, I know you changed your name. It used to be Dublado. How do I say your new name? Nick Jack? Is that correct? It's probably wrong. Alright, perfectly? Okay. Cool. I'll call you that now instead of Dublado. Okay, so we got the item data. What am I thinking here? Oh yeah, we need to say mesh instance 2D. Oh. No, we need a multi-mesh instance 2D. I think it basically works the exact same as this. Yeah. Whoops, almost messed everything up. So how does this work? We had to create a new multi-mesh. And then, yeah, see, so this has this mesh, and then it also has our buffer, and I think this has all the like positions or something of our nodes. We'll have to figure it out, but we can also, it's interesting, we can pass in custom data and then also use colors too, like modulate each individual one, so it's odd. It's cool. Donkey Kong or Drift King? Drift King. Oh yeah, I think I've seen Drift King randomly on Steam before. Unless this is not the Drift King you're talking about. Maybe there's a different Drift King. With Donkey Kong. I don't know if I've ever played a Donkey Kong game, other than technically the original Mario game or whatever. You know, I can't remember what it's actually called. But the one where he's throwing the... Oh, Drift King from Fast and Furious? Okay, I figured. Furious Tokyo Drift. So somebody's called Drift King? This guy's name is DK, like Donkey Kong. Oh, Drift King. Yeah. Well, I don't know either of them very well, but I guess I'd have to say Donkey Kong. Yeah. No, I've never played DK Country. I don't think I've played any of them. Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, I've never played this. It looks cool though, and I like the music. But yeah, I don't know. It's the thing with Nintendo games. I mean, obviously I've played a lot of like DS ones and stuff, but for games like these, it's usually either, yeah, like it's Super Nintendo. So I'm too young to have really had those consoles and played on them. But then even like the new Donkey Kongs and stuff, they're all like 60, 70 bucks. So I'm not gonna, I don't buy them, right? I don't buy the new ones, and I was too young to play the old ones. So I feel like that's the reason why I just haven't played a lot of Nintendo games. But yeah, I don't know. I feel old now, yeah. I mean, I was born in 2003, so really the thing that I played a lot of was PS2, eventually PS3 when that came out. But yeah. I never had an Xbox or anything. Yeah, I never played on an Xbox. I mean, I think I've played on an Xbox, but never like owned one. I was just wondering if Nick Jack DK stood for Donkey Kong or Drift King. Ah, okay. To play them at a certain point, you're either emulating or a collector. Yeah, right. Like, I'd have to buy the console and get the game cartridges. It'd be a whole process to actually play it. You're 10 years older than I am, yeah. I always feel really old, even though I know I'm technically not. But I feel like I'm withering away. I've reached my peak age, and now I'm just, it's all downhill from here. But I'd recommend an emulator, but Nintendo might come after my unborn children. Yeah, Nintendo's pretty brutal with their emulators, but are brutal against the emulators. What is this buffer thing? I can't seem to modify it. Oh, unless I just need to create a quad mesh first, and now I can... No idea. But in here we can set the instance count. Oh, that's how I do it. And then with that, I can, yeah, visible. I think -1 is just... Okay, yeah, it draws all instances. I know there's a function in here for, like, you can add an instance ID or something. For the multi-mesh, you can say, I watched a video on this. You can set instance transform and then the instance ID and stuff, so yeah, there's ways to do it. But that multi-mesh instance, I think you have to give it, yeah, an instance count. Yes, you are correct. I don't know what that, I guess I'd just keep the instance count equal to whatever, how many items there are, so. So same age as streamer, I feel old just now, yeah. Man. Don't worry guys, I also feel pretty old. Convinced that's how life always feels, yeah. I always feel old, even though, like, I know I'm technically not, but then you actually get old, and so it's like, oh god, I did not get at it, yeah. I know. They're against emulators, but the ironic part is their Super Nintendo Mini uses an emulator. Oh yeah, I think I got that. It's like a little mini, because it was really cheap. I haven't really played on it ever since. I just played that one Donkey Kong. Why can't I remember the name of it? It's the original yeah. First Donkey Kong game. Oh, it's just called Donkey Kong. Yeah, I played this on the emulator one, the mini. So technically, I guess I've played a Donkey Kong game, even though this feels like more of a Mario game in a sense because you play as Mario. But I don't know. Man, I'd love to play like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 again. I've never actually finished 2. I've finished 1 a lot. But it is on Steam now, which is really cool, because before you'd have to run this on a PS2 emulator and stuff. I mean, it's fine and all, but, you know, emulators run really bad. Having this just straight up as a Steam port, though, is really cool. I'd love to get this one of these days and play through it, and actually finish it. Yeah, Dark Alliance 2 and 1 I've beaten a billion times. This one, it's also on Steam, which is awesome. So yeah. They're pretty fun games, though. Basically like, Diablo? Diablo. I think that's what they're like. Yeah. Like the top-down dungeon crawler kind of thing. I haven't played these really old Diablo games or anything, but I think I played Diablo 3 or something. Yeah, I think I played this for a little bit. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I don't know, I can't remember. The custom data on the instance mesh is what I was referring to as well. I think you could theoretically use an atlas and use the custom data for the type, and then render the right sprite from the atlas in the shader. Okay. You could theoretically use an atlas and use the custom data for the type. Well, the way that these multi-mesh instances work, as far as I understand, is that the texture that it's going to draw with each instance is just going to be whatever is in here, right? So if I put in wood like that, then that's the texture it's going to draw. I don't know if I can change like the texture of each item individually. I don't think you can. So I don't think I can say set transform, like set sprite in here or anything. I think custom data, I don't know why it returns a color. I guess you can only set it as a color, which is odd. Physics interpolation. Huh. Excuse me. Oh, but if I add an atlas texture, I create it for all. Okay. And then you're just saying... Is that... Yeah, new atlas texture. Atlas. I don't really know how atlas textures work, if I'm being honest. New atlas texture. I don't think that's what I want. Could I just load in like a sprite or whatever? Like wood? Then how does this work? So it selects like a specific region, it looks like. Margin. Okay. And then you're saying somehow I could have this work for just... I could have one texture or like one multi-mesh instance for every single item? Because I guess I'm just trying to think how I could actually... Because it seems like if I have an atlas texture set for this, this is going to change the texture for every single item that this multi-mesh instance is drawing. Yeah, render all with one render call instead of one per type. That would be nice. I just don't know how I would do that, though. I mean, I know I can call set custom data, but I can only pass in a color type. So are you saying, like, make a shader? Custom instance data has to be manually accessed in your custom shader using instance custom. Yeah, I could pretty easily, like, procedurally create that texture. I could just loop through every single item in the game, check which one has the largest sprite size, and then use that as like a grid. And then just say for I an item, draw the item to like a big atlas texture. So yeah, I would just do it that way. Achieve maybe like RG value. Yeah, I was thinking about that, where it's like each one. I guess what I could do actually is just, I wouldn't even need the other two. I could just pass in the first two as like coordinates, right? And then use it as like a grid. Could be interesting. So are you saying draw each sprite then with a shader? How would I do that though? How do I set a custom shader on this stuff? Use custom data. Oh, well, that's a little annoying. So this only lets me do it when instance count is 0, which is odd. Does that mean I can only set it on... Huh. It would just be the material on the instance mesh. We can experiment and try it out. So it'd be a new shader material. We just say new shader. Call this multi-mesh item. So this would be instance custom. That's how I would access it. Yeah. So I'll just call this vec4 data is instance custom. What is this? Okay, I can't do that, but that's fine. So then we'd have like a function, oops, void fragment. And then I could theoretically do like this, where color is our instance custom. But now it says unknown identifier. Is it because I can't access it in my fragment shader? I have to do that in vertex. Looks like it. There we go. So now I can grab like a color. I'm just experimenting with this right now, but we could convert those values over into, yeah, like an index for an atlas texture, which could be interesting. That's saying you can only set use custom data when it's new. Oh. Oh, yeah. Duh. Okay. My bad. Okay. And then we can say set instance color. Well, not instance color, we do set instance custom data, which for some reason has to be a color. Again, don't know why it has to be a color, and it can't just be like a variant, but I don't know. So this just passes floating point numbers. I mean, there's nothing that says a color can't store values over 1, right? So I think what I could do is just, yeah, pass in like the coordinate of which image on the atlas is supposed to be. Because I can say color is 0, 0 for the first image, you know, stuff like that. That'd probably work. This would be a very nice optimization to render all of our images in one render call. That'd be pretty awesome. One draw call. That'll be interesting. Now, how would we do that, though? I guess what we would do is grab... I don't think we can actually use an Atlas texture resource in our shader. We just have to say uniform texture or whatever. Might be a sampler 2D. Now, one issue here. I mean, I know I can pass in an Atlas texture here, but it doesn't even let me. That's odd. I guess I can't use that. So here's... Oh, so we have ads starting in just a minute, so I do apologize. But here's kind of the big issue with using an Atlas, is that we are limited by Godot's limit for sprites. Because I think they can only be 16,000 by 16,000 or something like that. So let's say our maximum item size was 32 by 32. That would only give us a maximum number of 500 sprites. So I don't know about that. It's not that many. I think we need more than 500 items, especially if we're gonna have modding and stuff, right? Sample off a normal texture. I don't know. Is there any way we could get around that? I think normals are also limited to that same size, though, aren't they? Yeah, it's kind of a problem. I'm not sure how I could fix that. I'm pretty sure it's like 16,000. Yeah. I'm sure it'd be 512 by 512. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of items. Because 16,384. That would be just the horizontal height. Yeah. Okay. I don't think we have to worry about it then. I don't think we're going to have any more than that. Now that value does decrease a lot depending on like if we have really large sprites in the game. Like let's say for example we did an item that's like 3 blocks wide or whatever. I don't think we'd ever do this, but then in that case it would be like 48, which would be that times 341 dot, and that would be 116,000 items. We're probably okay. I think if we have 116,000 files in the project, it's gonna slow to a crawl, so I don't even think that's gonna happen. All right, I don't think we need to worry about that then. Only 200,000 items, I know, that's rookie numbers. But that's just different item types, so I think we'll be okay. Okay, so we can use that value that's being passed in here, color. I'll actually just call this index now. And I'll actually make that a vec2.rg. And then I'm going to say index is equal to instance custom.rg. So now we have this index, and that's going to be a vector2, which is going to have an R and G component. And we can just pass in like an individual number. Okay, so let's go set up the code to procedurally generate our atlas. I don't think it's going to be very hard. So let's just go down to ready. I'm just going to say var item atlas is going to be a type of texture 2D. It's down and ready. After we load all our mods and everything, kind of down where we do the created in table. Right here. Big boy item. It's crazy, I know. Also have one very big item. Yeah. One item that's 16,000 pixels. That'd be like bigger than the entire map, I think. Okay, so we're gonna say for I in items table. First off, we're gonna say the log. Yeah, crazy. Size. So this is, we're just gonna loop through every single sprite and say get like the biggest size, right? So we're gonna say if I dot, so that's gonna give us sprite that gets size dot x is greater than size dot x. That'll be a vector 2i. I guess this actually has to be stored up here, otherwise we won't be able to reference it, so. So this will be item atlas size would be that. Now we're gonna say bigger than item atlas size dot x, and then for the y. The reason I'm doing this separately is because we might have a sprite that like has a larger y but not a larger x or whatever, and so I want to make sure I'm getting the absolute maximum of everything. Oops. Oops. Okay. So that'll give us the size of our atlas. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and just say a var atlas, whatever we call it. Or we'll just say var image. Oops. Create image dot create empty. Width is 16384 by 16384. No bitmaps, and this is going to be format RGBA. Now this might be really bad for like VRAM and stuff. having a 16,000 big image. So we'll see if that's something that will actually like, I'll probably optimize this and calculate like a different sizing here, where it doesn't just calculate a 16,000 image, but it does like only as big as it actually needs to. Well, it'll be better that way. So now we're going to loop through items table again, and we're going to draw all the sprites to it. So we're going to say image dot. Oh, this has to be a type of image. I think it's blend rect. Yeah. Theoretically shrink that dynamically. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could. It'll probably be fine though. I mean, I imagine like a reasonable maximum number of items. It's probably like 1,000. So like, what would that end up being? If we had 1,000, how would I calculate that in terms of a square? 1,000 square root? Oops. Would that give the number of items? So if we had 32 times 32, that'd be 1024. Yeah, about. Let's just do it in terms of 1024. So if we had 1,024 items, it would only be 32 times 32, which is only 1,000 by 1,000 for the image sprite. That's nothing. I think there's already images in the game that are larger than that. Like the background image is actually 3,000 by 2,000, so that's nothing. We'll be fine. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, this is the nice thing about working with pixel art, guys. We couldn't do this if this was not pixel art. So we're gonna do blend rect. All we're gonna say here is i.sprite.getImage. Source rectangle and destination. So source rect is gonna be rect to I, and this has to be, yeah, position and size and all that business. So position's vector to I.0. Size is get size. And then we're going to be drawing that to whatever the index is. So I'm going to change this to be I in range. Items table.size. So var item is items table.get I. Now var sprite will be I.sprite. Can I call get size on an image? Yes, I can. What do you mean base sprite and int? Oh. Okay. Now I can just say sprite.getSize, and whatever that last one is, the destination. So that'll be whatever our index is. Right now I'm not going to worry about the vertical like wrapping because I just want to see if this works at all. But we can say I times I times 32. I think that's right. And that's a vector 2i, so vector 2i. Just say y is 0 for now. And I'll make that wrap, but not going to worry about that right now. Now all we're going to say is item atlas is going to be image dot, or it's going to be image texture dot create from image. Boom. All right. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Whoopsie, it's not 32 times atlas image size. Okay. Oh, and that's actually a vector too. So we'll say .x. Okay. All right, so let's see if that works. What I'll probably do is, just as an experiment, is just create a sprite and then on load, just set its image to that atlas. Just to make sure that it's working, you know? Just gonna give this a quick little code here. And I'm gonna say function ready texture is equal to global dot item atlas. So we should be able to like kind of preview what our atlas looks like. We'll just spawn in the center of here and be a big atlas. All right, let's see. It's funny how many little weird things I have to dive into Starground, like using the, I don't know. I feel like most people don't really mess with stuff like this in most games. I mean, maybe that's bad that they don't. Excuse me. Oh, I messed up here. Oh, duh. My bad. I might as well just say var size is item.get size. It doesn't matter. I think this will happen practically instantly, but we'll just do it just to be cool and epic. Better is not bitter. Okay, let's try this out. I really hope all this work is gonna pay off, you know? I hope it actually does run good. We'll see. Yo, Blazar's beard and mustache. Yeah, I grew it out. It's pretty epic. Yeah. I'm gonna have to get a haircut eventually. My hair kind of looks odd because, like, it all grew out evenly from every, like, stupid here. From every direction, so it looks like I have like a mushroom on my head, you know? I need to like cut the side short, you know, and have the top longer. The typical, you know. It looks fine when I'm wearing my headphones. When I'm not, I look like a weirdo. Let's see how long it takes to generate this atlas. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, I'm getting an index. That's fine. Let's just do this instead. We'll say, right, var index is 0 for I in items table. Now we just say get I. I'll call that ID. And then down here, instead of saying I, we say index. And then every loop, we say index plus equals 1. Because, yeah, that's the thing with the dictionary is we can't, like, guarantee the position of stuff. Or the ordering, I think, in which we loop through. We'll see. What is this? You will be charged for your domain renewal in 15 days. Okay. That's for bigboygames.net. Okay, it generated basically instantly, so that's not a problem. Let's see if this actually appears. I'm not seeing it, but it might just be so big that it's, yeah. So this is how big the image is. It's bigger than the entire world. But yeah, you can see all the items lined up over here. Epic. Check them all out. A little cursed that these are items, not gonna lie. One of these days I'll change it so these aren't items anymore. But yeah. It's kind of cool though to be able to just see every single item in the game just lined up like this, you know? What is that? That's not an item. Is it? It's like a fire item. I don't know, I have to look at that. There's some weird items in here. That item's just empty. It's between the aviator glasses and... Let's just go look at what that is really quick, because I'm curious now. Actually, it might just be that it's full black. It's the sniper barrel? I don't know why it's invisible. It's kind of strange. Some of these sprites are invisible, which is concerning. I don't know why. Well, we'll figure that out. So many items in Starground. You don't think about it until you actually see all of them laid out like this. The log. So this isn't even half like of our width, which means that it's or not. Duh. Yeah, we probably have about 250 something items in the game. So we're fine, guys. We're not even gonna get close to even 1,000 probably. Well, now I should be able to use that shader and grab the item given our atlas coordinate. Ooh, let me down. Okay, back to the land of the living. Well, that's sick, because it means I don't have to create a bunch of multi-mesh instances. It's just one, right? Which is really nice. And then I can have some function for like getting the item index in that atlas. I'm sure we can figure that out. Just get like the coordinate of where it is. So now down here on our multi-mesh instance, we're going to pass in that atlas. Where we're going to do that is just in the ready event of here, or even enter tree. Actually, no, this has to be in the ready event, I think. We're going to say multi-mesh instance 2d.material, set shader parameter. This is going to be our global dot item atlas, and it's going to be texture. All right. Yeah, I don't know why those certain items are invisible on the atlas. That is something that we... Actually, I know exactly why. I've just realized. I figured it out, guys. So we just have to say sprite dot convert, because they're not in RGBA format, and that's why they go invisible. There we go. Take 20% of the profits over the next week. Amazing idea. I do appreciate it. Hopefully it works out. Yeah, we'll see in just a minute here. All right, so now on our conveyors, we can go ahead and set that instance stuff. Technically, we don't even need any like process event stuff. Well, I guess we'll still need it here for setting the transforms for the instances, which is no big deal. So how are we gonna do this? I need to figure out how multi-mesh instances work now. One day I'll save up enough big boy bucks for custom Starground skin. Yeah, welcome to. So I think multi-mesh. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. I might have to change... The lighting system in Godot kind of is making me angry. I might change the lighting in Starground to use my own shader system. We'll see. I'm curious, if you do get the custom skin, are you allowed to draw it yourself? Yeah, you can totally do it yourself if you want, or I can do it for you. The choice is yours. So, I can send you over like the file that you can use as a template. I'll just send you over like the default skin. And then, yeah. Okay, so I think what we need to do down here is... How do we add new instances? Do we just say for instances where it's like... We just set the instance count, and then... So, let's see, this clears and resizes the buffer. Setting data formatter flags afterwards will have no effect. Okay. So I think what we want is this, which is set instance transform 2D. Okay. Just to make sure that I'm drawing these and stuff, I'm just going to set this to a regular sprite for a minute, but... So I guess the thing is I'm going to have to know which index this thing is. Let's just hide this stuff for now. I'm just going to say at export multi-mesh, just type multi-mesh instance 2D. Now I can save the script, assign it, boom. Now I say multi-mesh.set instance transform 2D. And I guess that's actually setting it on its dot multi-mesh. Yeah. So how do I know what the instance is, though? Like the ID. That's getting stuff. Get A, B. Visible instance count. Transform format. Okay. I guess it's just this. Yeah, I guess it's just like an index thing, so it doesn't matter. We'll just do this like every time we create a new conveyor. We're gonna make some kind of function for adding a conveyor, but we can just say multi-mesh dot instance count. set instance count to whatever the size of, I guess we would want to be redoing that. So down in here, we would be setting it to the size of process. Yeah. Buffer's like an array, yeah. And then that's where we can just, since we're looping through here, we have an index of our index is 0. And just say index plus equals 1. So now we can just set the instance transform at our index to whatever our transform is, which is going to be transform 2D, basically this. Actually, literally this. Cool. Then we also have to say multi-mesh dot set instance custom data, and that's gonna again be an index, and then we're gonna have our like item coordinate. For now, we'll just pass in like just color 1111, but we can change that and stuff. Okay, so I think this will work. It's gonna resize the instance count. It's gonna loop through everything in our process, which means anything that needs to visually draw something. Oh, but I guess that's not actually gonna work because there's times where... Okay. So if an item is stationary, we still need to draw it. It's not gonna stop drawing it. So I think we'll actually have to change that. To just not be process, but just be data. And then if there's a case in here where it doesn't have an item, well, let's just do process for now. We can create another array that gets generated depending on which conveyors have an item and which don't. It's not that hard. We just have to keep track of it. But let's just mess with this for now. All right, no idea if this is gonna work, but let's try it out, I suppose. It's gonna be interesting. All right. I don't think there's any way I'm ever going to be able to make movers run as fast as conveyors, but that's okay. At least we can try and optimize those more later. All right. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's that tiny little item? Oh, that's the multi-mesh instance. So for some reason it's still drawing stone. We need to stop it from doing that. Should not be doing that anymore. We can just get rid of any reference to like these RIDs and canvas item and stuff. So we don't need that. We don't need to store the canvas item node anymore. It's not a node, it's a canvas item, but basically a node. Now we also don't need to do any of this stuff. Same with this, don't do that stuff. Okay. See, our thing is super tiny. Let's fix that. And that's because of the size of our mesh. That is something that's not going to really work with this, or that's going to be a downside is, well, I guess what we could do is just keep our mesh size equivalent to the biggest item. That'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Because then we don't have to worry about like items being weird, inconsistent sizes. So. Okay. It's weird that I'm rendering 3D geometry for 2D, but it's odd. Hopefully this runs good. We're gonna find out. Okay, here we go. Oops, sounds a lot. Okay. Oh, I flipped the... Oopsies. There we go. So it looks like it's drawing at the top left corner. Which is fine. Oh, there's a center offset. Well, what do you know? Check it. Well, it's drawing sprites, so that's good. This should stay pretty performant, especially now also that we don't even have to do our rendering server functions also on top of this. This is a pretty nice solution using these multi-mesh instances. Yeah, I mean, it's nice and stable. Look at how, like, visually good it looks, you know? Where, like, the sprites don't flicker around anymore and do weird things and get cropped out. They're just normal. So that's really good. This is promising so far. Obviously, all of it looks like wood just because that's what we have set as the texture. But now the next step is actually converting those, like, coordinates over to the atlas, getting the texture on the atlas. I do want to take a look at performance down here. I'm sure it's good, but I just want to see what's getting... What is going on with my debugger, my profiler? It's behaving very strangely. I have to restart the engine again now. It's annoying. I need an update. When is Godot 4.5 coming out? Godot 4.5 is going to be awesome for performance because they're going to finally implement the thing where the tile sets merge their collision shapes together, which is going to be very cool. How come Starground never gets included in the update? Nah, it's fine. So yeah, navigation, I think. Or not navigation. But there is improvements to navigation, which is awesome. It's in physics, I believe. It might not be in this post, but yeah, there's a post somewhere in here where it talks about how collision shapes will now merge together into one collision shape, which is going to be very cool. And that's going to be a nice improvement to performance in Starground, especially for like just the tile set stuff, right? Okay, let's try this again. Man, if I can get this new conveyor system working, it's gonna be pretty good, guys. And also, I realized with the splitters, and stuff like that, what I can do is like just have the splitter pull the item in and connect their signal to the conveyor behind them. So I can say like, okay, oh, you updated, your item moved, grab that item and stuff like that. So that'll be cool. Same with the movers. That's basically how we can do that, pulling items in so that we don't have to constantly check every single frame if an item is ready to be pulled in. So, yeah. Those planets 2D renders, they are shaders, all the planets in the game. So technically they are 2D renders, although they're trying to emulate a 3D object, you know. But yeah, I didn't make those actually. Those were made by a person online. It's just a open source planet shader, which works pretty well. So figured why not use it in Starground. So hey, Yoshik, what's up? Does the Surge Protector update in multiplayer now? Did it not update in multiplayer before? Or what's going on with that? Is something broken with it? State of it. I'll take a look at that, but take a look at what we're working on though. We're completely rebuilding the conveyors. I know I kept foreshadowing this over and over where I'm like, I'm gonna make the conveyors tile sets, and now I'm doing it, so. Oh, place it at hydrogen installs an alert. Okay. I didn't realize it does that. I can fix that. We can build one right now. I need to add a creative mode. You have plastic. And the sprite doesn't change? Yeah, well, it's not going to happen here in single player, but yeah. I'll write that down as something that needs to be fixed. Search protector is not updated on multiplayer. Okay. Did you place all these conveyors, or is it with code? This is just with code. Well, I did place these manually. Let me show you what I did. So all I did is I just created the tile map for the conveyors, and then I just drew them all out. So these are the tiles down here, the conveyors. Ignore that this is weird. I just grabbed one, drew it out, and then I kept copying them and stuff. So I'd copy this row and then paste it down a bunch. Yeah, this is just, they're not going to be created like this, obviously. We're going to get rid of this, but this is just a test right now. I wanted to put down a lot of conveyors because I wanted to see how they ran. This is 11,000 conveyors, so not too bad, not too shabby, I gotta say. Uh-oh, we still are getting that bug with the items disappearing, so that's frustrating. So at least I know it's not tied to the rendering server thing. It must be the way that I'm transferring the items over. It must be setting the item to null randomly somehow. So we'll work on that for sure. Seems like there's maybe a little bit of a weird delay here. Oh no, I guess it's just because it's pulling the last item out, yeah. But I like how stable these images are. I'll also have to change the way that like the player conveyor movement stuff works, because normally it checks underneath for collision with a building, but obviously these aren't buildings anymore, so that's gonna have to change. We're also gonna have to completely make a new system for breaking and placing them, because the way it works now is different. Right, it's weird seeing these two next to each other, because it's like they look the exact same, but they are not. So yeah, that's going to be a whole bunch of work. Like I've been saying, this is like a very core part of Starground, so this is going to be a huge change to everything. It's going to be a lot of work. But it is what it is. It's fine. Man, it would take so long for all these items to move across these conveyors. You know, for some reason I notice sometimes also if I increase the speed of this a lot, like let's say put it to 16 and then reload the game, I get some weird issues where like items like stop moving and stuff. Maybe I might have fixed that with the signals, it's possible, but I just want to see what this looks like if I put some items on here now. I really should like give myself the items and then resave this save. I think I will. Now I'm going to resave it, because I'm tired of doing this every time. Okay. So, let's see if that's fixed now. Oh yeah, it's fine. Got some pretty fast conveyors. But yeah, you see there's that an incident there where it stops. Say, Nepal, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Man, these are fast conveyors. I do like how smooth they look. I mean, yeah, there's the weird issues that we're going to fix with the items disappearing, but these are moving very smoothly, so that's awesome. These are double the speed of the V3 conveyors right now. They're 16. I don't know if we can actually go higher than that, because I think it gets to a spot where the speed is so high that it can't like go any faster because it's going further than one tile in one process frame. So let's see. Really impressed with how far Godot's gotten. Oh yeah, Godot's really progressed a lot. Even just from when I started using Godot, which wasn't that long ago, relatively speaking. Oh my god, look how fast these are going. Yeah, you can see there is a limit to the conveyor speed. Where like they... Oh my god, they're really fast though. Like you can see these items are being transformed further than the maximum possible like distance or whatever. I believe is what's happening. I don't know, it's hard to tell when they move this fast, but maybe that's not what's happening. But yeah, Godot's gotten crazy. All the new stuff they've added, like 4.2, 3, and 4 are all awesome, and now 4.5's coming out with the new tile map optimizations and stuff. It's gonna be really cool. So yeah, that's one just lovely thing about Godot I've always appreciated, is like there's always new stuff coming. You know, I can feel pretty confident knowing that even if something's not how I want it now, it'll probably be improved soon. So yeah, man, these conveyors move super fast. But yeah, you can see there is a limit. If I up this to like 512 or something crazy, it's just not gonna go any faster. One draw call for the win, though. I know. Yeah, it's awesome. This will be very nice, being able to use one draw call. Is this a Factorio-like game? Yes, this is an automation game. So it's we had all this stuff in the game working before, but we're kind of going through and... Oh, that's interesting. So now it's just... You can't even see the items move because they just instantly move to the next conveyor, which is really interesting. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. They just move so fast you can't even see them moving, which is really funny, I think. Now you can see if I lower my FPS to like 4 or something, then the speed of them actually significantly slows down. Which technically means if your game is lagging, you do kind of hard limit your conveyor speed, but you'd have to be lagging a lot until it becomes a real issue. You'd have to be down at like 10 FPS or something, so it's probably not that big of a deal. Actually, you'd have to be below 8 FPS for it to matter, realistically, so... I use Unity? Yeah, Unity's pretty good. I did use Unity for a while, working on a game before I swapped to Godot. But I saw Godot, I just wanted to try it out and see what it's all about. I'm happy that I made the switch. Conveyors is life, people. Yeah. Okay, well, this is working. Let's mess with our shader to try and get the items like mapping to the proper atlas and stuff. So yeah. Nerd question, how do you account for lots of sprites rendering on the screen, like lag compensation? Yeah, this is actually exactly what we're doing today, is we're optimizing conveyors. Because conveyors already work and they're in Starground. You know, for anyone that doesn't know, Starground's already on Steam, right? But I just didn't like how slow the conveyors were, so right now we're spending today like making them faster. So the way that we're actually doing it now, which is a really optimized way, as far as I can tell. So first off, the actual conveyors themselves are just images on the tile map. So Godot has this tile map node, and it's great because it's really good for like huge big areas of lots and lots and lots of tiles. It renders super fast and doesn't lag because all of these images are sent as one batch to the GPU. It's one draw call. So that's very good. basically no performance impact on any of these. If you're gonna do something like this with lots and lots of little images everywhere, then I would probably recommend using tile maps. Now for the actual items that we're drawing on top, that's been a little bit more complicated to set up, but it's still, it's getting there. The way that we do that now is using a multi-mesh instance 2D. A multi-mesh instance is kind of almost the same as how the tile map works, but it gives us a little bit more freedom because we can smoothly move the positions of our sprites around. Essentially what a multi-mesh instance 2D node does is you plug in this multi-mesh, you also put in a texture node or a texture resource here, and then you can tell it what positions to draw your sprites at. You have this list of instances. You just specify how many there are. Over in your multi-mesh here, right, you say, oh, there's 10. And then you just loop through the list of all of them and set their positions, and now they're drawing in the game. So what's great about that is all of those images, like if we have all these little tiny images everywhere, all of this gets batched together as one block to the GPU. Right, and here's our epic GPU that's super fast and cool. Right? So normally if you use like a regular Sprite 2D node, which is what I was doing before all this, all of those would be individual calls to your GPU. And the issue with that is it becomes a CPU bottleneck, right? Where your CPU is sending so many of these little packets to your GPU that the speed at which it can do that starts to slow down your CPU, right? And it's just really unoptimized. Sends all these little individual calls. And the thing is that these take a long time for the CPU to send, but this GPU, every single time one of these comes in, it takes like, it's just like boom, instant, right? Instantly renders it because it's so tiny and easy. So it's bad because your CPU is working super hard to send all these over, but your GPU is barely being utilized. So it's better to batch it like this, where the CPU doesn't have to work as hard and you make your GPU work a little bit harder. Because the GPU can handle this super easy. So you want to take advantage of the performance of your GPU. And that's what makes this all work. So what we're going to work on is the shader. And essentially this is going to let us map whatever item we want to this multi-mesh instance. So we can crop out the area of this item here. So using the multi-mesh instance, normally the limitation of this is that you have to pass, you're only allowed to have one texture here, right? This is your texture, that's it. It's fine and all, but it becomes a problem because we'd have to make a new multi-mesh instance for every single item in the game, which is not very ideal. So instead what we're gonna do is you can pass in this custom instance data. So we're going to use the two red and green channels as like a coordinate for where our sprite is. And we're just going to crop it out from the one texture that we're using. But it's going to be our atlas texture. So it's going to work pretty well, I think. We just have to figure out how we're going to do this. And I think the way we do that is probably with our UV. So I think we want to say color is equal to texture with our texture and then UV. So this is how we'll be able to map this stuff. I need to figure out like how though we're gonna do that. I think I need to say UV. Can't remember if it's like times or... It's going to be annoying to make this shader because we're going to have to test it a billion times. But I think if we divide the UV, it'll show like the size of one texture on here. Or I guess that would also be that divided by 32, like our image size. Let's try that. And we'll figure out what all these values are and stuff, but yeah. You essentially want to map different textures to the same multi-mesh. Yes, that is what we want to do. Because then we still get the performance benefit of all of this being rendered and batched in one draw call. But we also get to have our different separate images and stuff, which is really nice. So yeah, essentially all I want to do with this shader, it's simple in concept. I'm generating this big image. It's like a huge big image, and what it is it's every single sprite laid out in a grid, right? Every single sprite that we have in Starground is just like this, laid out in this big grid of sprites. So this shader, what I'm trying to do is convert those two coordinate values to figure out like what area of this sprite do we need to crop to become our new sprite. And I know there's probably a really easy way to do it. I just have to figure out how though, because I don't know. Now if we pass some items along, yeah, you can see they're invisible, I think. Also, let's make it so they're not moving at lightning speed anymore. I don't think they're reloaded on save. Which is unfortunate for me, because I can't update them unless I restart the game, I think. But I don't know. I'll have to test that. So what is this drawing? Oh! Did I actually just do it right? That's the first item in the atlas, which is what it should be doing. Now, yes, it's extremely tiny, so we have to figure that part out. But that's interesting. Egg. Yeah. Okay, okay. Not bad. So, first off, let's change this to be filter nearest, because otherwise it's going to be all blurry. And then index is going to be our custom data here, which I think actually should be passed in already. Or no, we're not passing in the data yet because we still need to figure out how to get that coordinate. We'll make another function for that. But yeah. So we're getting egg. Question is though, how do we increase the size of egg? Right? Because right now it's really tiny. It's not mapping to our full image size. So how do we do that? If I change like the size of this to 16, does that change anything? Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to update these changes in here live because Godot does like shader compilation when you first start at the game, which really sucks because it means I'm going to have to constantly go back in and out. What is this, a crop shader? This is searching by crop, but there's no crop shaders. Oh, maybe there is. I kind of just want to see what there is on here. No, there's nothing. So that's unfortunate. Unless there's one that's like an atlas shader or something. Like exactly what we need. It's interesting, we can look at that. Pixel outline for tile maps. No. You can store custom data per instance in a multi-mesh using the custom data property to the item ID. Better try to do the UV offset. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing here. We're going to be setting like the coordinate of where our sprite is, which is basically the UV offset on our image, and then map that in here. How does this one work? I presume that this is not what we want, but... yeah, it's just nothing. Well, let's see what this changed, setting that to 16. As far as I understand, I think dividing that less means it's going to be 2 images now. I think. Nope, that actually just increased the size of it. Huh. Am I just dividing this but for no reason or something? What does that value need to be then? You could actually use old channels and calculate the coordinate on the CPU. That way, if you change the size of the texture in the future, you could do that dynamically without having to change the shader. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I imagine I'll pass in like another value for the size coordinate and stuff. Yeah. That's definitely a good point. You could do vec2 atlas UV is UV offset plus UV times cell size to crop it. Okay, I'll try that out in a minute. Let's see what this looks like really quick. Okay, so see, that's too big. So there is like a number in there that is the appropriate sizing. We just need to figure out what that is. So that's interesting. So 8 is too much. I'm guessing this has to be the number of sprites in our horizontal sizing. Awesome, my Explorer is broken. This happens all the time recently, I don't know why, but I have to go like restart Explorer to access my things down here. It's kind of annoying. Just gonna restart all these. Okay. Then you just pass color equals texture, atlas UV. Yeah. Atlas texture, and then the atlas UV. Yeah. I think that would work. And also we could calculate this UV, I think. I think we can calculate this not in our fragment shader, but only once in our vertex shader, which would improve the performance of our shader. Not that it would matter very much, but yeah, let's try this. So it's going to be our UV offset plus UV times our cell size. Oops. So let's also make that varying vec2 atlas UV. So UV offset. I guess we would just say that's 0 right now, just for testing. Vec2 0 0. And then cell size, just as a test, we'll go ahead and say that is 32 by 32, but we'll pass in the actual value so that it looks correct and not all weird and warped. And then this is going to be atlas UV. So yeah, let's just see what that looks like out of curiosity. So yeah, we can determine what the like cell size is of our objects and then just pass that in as the part of the custom shader stuff. And that should be all the data we ever really need. I mean, yeah, it would be cool if we could like animate items and stuff, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make if it means the game runs really fast. Well, I guess technically that could just be animated with the coordinate, so I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, let's try this out. What I want to see is just a beautiful egg. So that doesn't seem to be passing in anything. Or maybe it is, but it's like... yeah, I'm not seeing anything with that. I mean, maybe the issue is because I'm calculating this inside of the vertex and not the fragment. So let's try swapping it over and just make sure. Because maybe I'm just wrong and thinking I can actually do it in the vertex. But I think this would work, because all it is just saying get the total size of our image divided by the grid size. So for our horizontal grid size, let's say, or by the number of images. So if we have, you know, whatever, 20 images, we say 16,384 divided by 20, and now we know that it's 819 pixels wide for each image. I think. Yeah, I don't think this works. It doesn't seem to be displaying properly. But that's okay. Appreciate the suggestion, though. So let's do this. We're going to say data is that. That's actually made back 4 now. And now Atlas UV will be equal to UV divided by that number. And divided by 8 was too much. Yeah, so I don't think it's divided by just the number. Yeah, because it's 0 to 1. Because 1 would be equal to 16,384. So... let's see here. Because if I divide UV by 16,384, that means it's 1 pixel is going to be the entire image. At least I think so. So if I now do... that, just out of curiosity, let's see what happens. This should just be 1 pixel. That's just the solid color of the egg. It might actually just be the top left pixel of the egg, so it's just going to be transparent. So it might not actually do that. But if we do 16, then I think that would be... I think it would be 16 pixels, unless I'm wrong. I don't know. I have to figure out what value this needs to be. Or unless what I need to do is just that and then multiply it by the size of what our texture is. Which I think ends up being the same result, but let's see if that works. So if our item, just for fun, if our item is 12 pixels big, I think it'll work. And since all the images on our atlas start at the top left, I think this will actually work just fine. Because this is going to be grabbing from the top left to the bottom right, depending on the size. So yeah. So since our egg in this case is 12 pixels big, the texture, setting that to 12 should display our egg properly. Yes, it does. So I think we got it then. I think we cracked the code. Yeah. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we do have to offset it by, right, like our grid size. So we're gonna say that whatever the size is of our thing plus, let's see. I almost feel like we need like a fifth data thing here, which might be tricky. Unless instead of using like a coordinate like with 2 values, we just use 1. And maybe we just make the assumption that everything will always be a square. Or at least when we generate our image sizing, it's always in a square. So then we need fewer values. Because we just need the size, the X size. I mean, yeah, that'll probably be more reliable that way. So how do we want this to be then? We're going to use the first value. Let's write out what our values are here so it's like we can keep track of this. So we have 0, 1, 2, and 3, and we can determine what these will be. So the first one can just be our index. And I can actually do like some modulate stuff, so if our index is too big or whatever on the, like it goes back to the X and then the Y gets incremented, so we can keep track of where the sprite is in the grid. So yeah, technically we could do that. Although it's kind of complicated, so we could probably pass in 2 as the initial. So we have X chord, Y chord, and then the third value can just be size, which we can just keep as a square. And I don't even think we need the last value. So we can just save that for later. Technically right now we only really need the X coordinate, but... So now we can say it's just that plus data.r xyzw, is that how it works? Oh yeah, it does actually work. Or we'll just do it in terms of color because that's how it's passed through. So we're going to be passing our X coordinate. Oh, I guess we also need to know the size of our actual image, because they won't all be the exact same. Let's think here. Unless I just make sure that in our atlas generation that all of the images are always centered. That'll probably be fine. Well then all I need to know is how far to offset this. So I can just say atlas uv dot x plus equals data dot r times our size. I'll just pass in the things I need for now, then we can always rearrange it later. So that'll be data.g. Data.g. So what this is passing in, we're getting this in terms of 1 pixel. We're saying times data. And then we're going to offset our x by our coordinate. So yeah, that should work, I think. So r is going to be our x coordinate, basically our index, and then 1 is our size, which in this case will be whatever we calculate up in our function. So now what we can say is this. We say, when we're first initially setting these parameters, we're not just going to pass in global item atlas anymore. Or, well, no, for texture we're good, but we need to do down in here in set custom data. So that's going to be color global.atlas. Yeah, global atlas size. And we also need a way to like pass back the index of a given item ID, right? Because right now we don't really know like which item is at which coordinate. It's kind of tricky. So I will do that, but just as an experiment, I'm just going to pass in some solid like static values because I just want to see what they end up being, right? And then these last 2 values would just be 0. That has to be atlas size.x. So let's see if this works. All right. Well, let's try it out. No idea if this is going to work. This will be passing in index 3, though, which I think will be the null item. Or no, actually, that would be the one after the null item, I think. Because 0 is egg, 1 is star, yeah, 2 is null, and then 3, I don't remember. So it'll just be an order of however the items are organized in the items table, which is good. Because then we have like a consistent frame of reference. Okay, let's see what happens here. So this should be item number 3. And it might be really tiny because of the grid size, but we'll fix that. Okay, it doesn't seem to be passing in anything. So I don't know if that's just because of the image stuff or because... Let's see. Maybe let's just pass in index 0. Just for now. Let's see if the egg shows up again. So let's make sure this is correct. So item atlas size, yeah, that's going to be that times data G. And that plus data G, this is the issue right here. I think that's because atlas UV should be in terms of 0 to 1. And so when I say plus R times G, that's an enormous number. I need to do it in here before we like do the dividing and multiplying and stuff. I think that's the issue. I think. Let's just see what this does. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so it is doing the egg. Yes, it's really tiny, but that's not a big issue right now. We'll fix that. Although I will have to figure out how I can change that. Because the size of this... Oh, duh. I'm just, I think I'm just stupid. So we just need to say on ready our multi-mesh dot. We just need to set our geometry dot mesh in here, and then we're going to say dot size is equal to vector 2 global dot item atlas size dot x dot y, and make that negative. I think that's why it's rendering so tiny, because our mesh is not the same size as our atlas grid size. So if we change that, I think it'll look normal now. Let's find out. Yeah, I really hope this works out. It'd be very nice. Shaders run so fast. It's a little quirky. I think it's because our atlas size is not a consistent square. The Y size is actually less than the horizontal size. And we can fix that. We just have to go in here and change that. So change our item atlas size to just be a, like, number. So we always just set that to the biggest value, whether that's the X or the Y value. So that's always a square. Because also, just for keeping things centered, that's going to make the most sense. So now, anywhere where we mention item atlas size has to be converted away from a vector. So that one's been fixed. Those ones are fine. So we're going to do that. And that. Let's try that. So it'll give us our item at index 0. And then, yeah, we'll just have some function for the index stuff where it's like, if the index times our atlas size is past the maximum size of the image, which is 16,000, then we know that we're on the second row. So should be pretty easy to calculate the next, like, thing. It'll be fine. And yeah, getting the index then from the item ID should be pretty straightforward, because then we just say loop through the items. If our item ID is equal, then we know that at that index is our index. So all right, so it is working, but it's definitely offset a lot. I think it's because of our this in here. This is now going to be set to, I think, like a much larger value. It's going to be something like way bigger. Right. It's probably 48 is my guess, is our largest item or something. But what we can say, really easy fix, is just multi-mesh dot off transform offset. Where was that again? Oh, it's center offset for our mesh. So this is actually going to be a vector 3 of that 0, say divided by 2. So that should now do the correct offset. Let's quit out and make sure. Interesting. Oh, it's because I did negative. My bad. Whoopsies, guys. Let's try that again. There we go. So now we should be able to display any item we want just based off of what our index is. We have to fix this UV addition stuff here. But I think it's pretty easy to do that. So what this is doing, it's dividing it by that. So if our value is 1 divided by 1638, 384, whatever, this is the number that we're getting back from that. So we just have to say that plus this divided by 1638 also. Right? And I think we'll be fine. See, items per row, 16,384 divided by atlas size. Okay, so yeah, this is getting the number of items per row. Okay. So you get the index of specific item? Yeah. That would be... Yeah, it'd be pretty easy because we can just... Well, I actually have an even easier way, I think, of getting the index. We'll go over that in a minute. For passing in like a string, so I can... I guess, is this what you're saying, just in terms of using like a number for the atlas? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that could work. Let's see, I need to figure out how I'm supposed to offset this UV. Do I just subtract this? No, because we need the scale to be the same. I just need to push it along. Right? Oh, so if we're doing... I think I can just say this. Divided by that. And I think that'll do what I want. Alright, let's try this out. Switch myself to formatting that's calculating the XY coordinate in the texture for a specific item. Okay. Like down in the shader. Yeah. Here, let me copy this and paste it in and see if we can fix the formatting. How should this be formatted? So... Are you just saying all of these are... Okay, in Judy script. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're saying based off of what the... like, index down here is, that returns the string of the item? That kind of thing? Size X... Okay, yeah, thank you for separating it. It's hard to know which one's which. Okay. There we go. That makes way more sense now. So the X coordinate's going to be the index of the item in the items array. Yeah, divided by the items per row. The Y is just going to be that, but modulated. Yeah. And then this is just the number of items per row. Okay, cool. Yeah, and we can also do that same exact thing in the shader for getting like the what Y coordinate and stuff it should be at. So yeah, I'll just leave those uncommented. So I'm gonna make a quick function now, which is gonna be over in, I don't really want people to access it, so I think I'm just gonna keep it in global. So we're gonna create another little helper function here. This is gonna be function get item atlas index and the ID for the item. So for our index is 0 for I in items table. We're gonna say if I is equal to ID, then we return index. Okay, pretty easy function. Now I can just call that from in here to know which index that this atlas should actually have given our current item. So when we're in process and saying in here, we're setting the custom data here. We'll probably change that so that doesn't happen constantly, but yeah. So we're gonna say global dot that given conveyor dot item ID. Call that var atlas ID. Now pass that in there. So let's see if this works. This will be interesting. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, let's load the game. This is nice tech to dive into just for any kind of game in the future, you know? Because it's like, I don't know if I'll be doing another game with conveyors specifically, but if I do, I have a nice solution to it. Also, yeah, that doesn't seem to work. Probably just has to do with the fact that I'm doing my UV stuff wrong here. I'm not sure what I need to calculate here to offset it properly. Because the thing is this is in a weird format, right? It works fine when our index is just 0, but let's see here. How am I gonna do this? UV is like 1 or whatever, right? We say divided by 16,384. That's what our value has become. So if I want to offset that by am I just thinking of this the wrong way? Because if I say 16,384, that's our total size. We subtract it by whatever our distance is, 32. Now we've got 16,352. Then we say 1 divided by 16,352. For some reason that's a different thing now. But that might be what we want to do. I don't know. It's complicated, but let's try it. Just call this float. Subtracted by that. Now we're going to divide it by our size. Let's see if that does what I want. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna work. So yeah, well, let's see. You've written down here x, the size of x, or the coordinate of x is going to be, yeah, our index divided by the number of items. I might try and make that work instead of what I'm trying to do here, because obviously it's stupid. Or not? Okay, that's... It's showing 2 items now, which is not supposed to happen. Okay. Let's try what you've got cooking up. So basically, we still... It seems like we always consistently want to divide it by that number. Now what we're going to do is... multiplying it by that is good because then it gives us our size. So x is going to be our index, which is data.r, divided by the number of items per row, which is going to be 16 blah 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 divided by data.g. And that's going to be just a float. So that should give us our x coordinate, right? Yeah. Okay. Do I just want to say Atlas UV plus the size that we need to offset it? So that just be our Atlas data.r divided by that? Because if our Atlas is like 0, it's just 0. But then if it's 1 divided by 1638, that's going to offset our UV by that number. So maybe that's actually what I want to do. Let's just give that a shot. Because it's complicated. Adding and dividing and stuff are not the same thing. So, let's see if this works. If we can get this working, we're on our way. Then it's just a matter of like connecting all the other stuff up, because then we've got the like drawing and processing side of the conveyors basically done. Then all that's left really is just like the connecting everything. It's like making sure movers can take items from the conveyors and making sure splitters work again and stuff like that. So let's try this out. No, it's not working still. I don't know why. Must be doing something wrong here. How am I going to calculate this? Maybe what I need to do is offset the UV by that before I do anything. Right? So we say that. Oh, is that the issue that I'm having? Is because I'm just adding it by a float instead of a vec2, and so it's also going to be adding that same number to the y coordinate? That's probably the issue. So now if I do that, I'm only incrementing the horizontal UV by that amount. Let's try that. That might be what I was doing. I hope that's what I was doing. This has been a complicated road, but I feel like we're getting really close, though. We'll still have to probably work on optimizing the shader. I mean, it should probably run fine. GPUs are insane at how fast they actually are, so let's see if this works. Okay, that is not working. It just seems like it offsets by random values. But there's got to be some secret to this, right? Let's give myself a macro bear egg so that I can test that index of 0. So I know that the macro bear egg is working. The next one will be the sod star. And as you can see, it's still just the macro bear egg, but it's offset by a little bit. So I think what the issue seems to be here is it's just not offsetting by enough. It seems to be much too small of a value. So maybe my issue is that because I'm dividing by 1638.4, that doesn't actually work. Maybe I just need to straight up offset it by a whole number. This probably won't work, but you gotta try. But yeah, it seems like it's just definitely not offsetting it enough, right? It just shifts it like a little bit over, but it's clearly not doing much. Maybe the issue is that I also need to multiply that number. So that's like offsetting it by 1 pixel. I need to multiply that again by the atlas size. Maybe that's the issue. It's actually probably what it is. That would actually make a lot of sense. Hold on. Let's try that. So this was fine, what I had here. But then after I divide that, I need to say times data.g again. And there's definitely some optimization here. I could probably take both these divisions and multiplications out until they're into their own thing, right? So like I can merge all this into just one function. And it's just gonna be better that way. Because see, I'm multiplying both of these by that value, so yeah, I think I can fix this a little bit. Excuse me. I know it seems like stuff like that doesn't matter, just, you know, decreasing one multiplication, but when you have thousands of these going all the time, it's kind of important. Let's see. Whoa. I think it works. Check that out, guys. Now I can give myself whatever I want. Volt from ingot. Whoa. Okay. I think we're gaming. So yeah, I was just doing it by a stupid... I was doing it by 1 pixel and not the actual size of the image. So I can give myself whatever I want. I could do... Looks like a weird item. A lens? And it should just work. Yes. We're gaming, guys. I don't know about you, but we're frickin' gaming. Alright. So we're getting really, really close to getting these usable. So let's just clean up this code in here now, since this all works. So yeah, what we can do here is, I'm just going to temporarily, oh, I guess that didn't work. Comment these out. Oops. So I can merge a lot of these things together. So instead of like dividing that and then plussing that divided by that, I just say UV plus data R, put that in parentheses, divide that by that, and then times data.g. So I don't even need to do, that does have to be a vec2, so that it doesn't do the other side of it like that, but now I can actually just eliminate this line. That's all just in one nice, neat thing. Let's make sure that that works. I'm pretty sure that'll work, though, because if I'm doing the same operations to... You can think of it as like... it's basically like algebra, like you're simplifying an equation, where it's like 2 times x is equal to y times... or 2 times y, or whatever. You're multiplying both of these times 2, so you can just say divide by 2 on both sides, and get rid of the 2, and now you end up with a simplified equation. Right. So I think... But let's make sure, because it's not a big deal if this doesn't work. I can just swap back to the one that does work. Whoa. Alright, we're frickin' gaming, dude. And this is a pretty simple shader, honestly. Like, it's literally only doing this one little chunk of processing. And this also, since this happens in the vertex, and not in the fragment, it only processes once, or technically 4 times per, texture thing. But that's nothing. For a shader, nothing. You'd have to make like literally 1 billion of these conveyors, like not even exaggerating, for it to matter. So I think we're good. So this should be running super nice if we go to the profiler and stuff. It's down in here. Yeah, the controller and stuff. Get item atlas index. That will be something we're going to want to work on optimizing. What I'll probably do is actually just store that info in the item data initially when we generate the atlas. We just loop through the item tables and set that to the index of the atlas, right? Because it's just better that way. So we can just grab our item and then pull the atlas that's already stored, instead of having to regenerate it every time. But yeah, the conveyor controller process should be pretty quick with it. As long as it stays under like a millisecond, we're good. Even if it stays under like 5, we're still doing pretty good. And now visual profiler, you can see it'll be running pretty nice in here. Now, yeah, if we zoom out all the way and render in every single node in the game, then it's going to slow down. But you know what? That's not that big of a deal. That works for now until you need to use the second row of items in the atlas. Yeah, it'll be fine. We can make that work. That's why I would make it XY chord and pass both into the color instead of just the R channel. Yeah, that's fair. I guess it'd probably be faster that way instead of having to calculate whether that atlas is the row down here. Instead of doing that, I just, pass it in. Because now that we have the atlas as a square, I mean, it's pretty easy to... Like, we know that the vertical, like if row index, or if row index is 2, then we know that it's just shift our UV down by whatever, 2 times our atlas image size. So I still only have to pass in 1 value for the size, which I could technically pass in more. I mean, I could make it so that we could have different like X and Y sizes for our atlas grid, but I don't think it's really going to matter too much. It might only save a little bit of space on our atlas, but it doesn't even matter. Our atlas is so humongous. Why not just make it easier? Because I mean, even if our images sizes are like big, let's say it's 16, 3, 4. Let's say our images are 64 pixels wide in a cube. That's 256 times 256, which is still 65,000 types of items that can go on conveyors. That's kind of insane. I mean, that's a lot. You're never going to use that many, right? Even like crazy modded Minecraft never ever usually surpasses more than like 2,000 items. So I'm not going to worry about 65,000 being the limit. That's pretty crazy. Now, technically, somebody could like break the game if they added an item to the game that had a huge sprite size. Like if you passed in an item that was like 512 or something, right, pixels, then that would only leave you with 32 times 32, which is 1,000. So you could start to break the game that way, but I'm not really going to worry about that. Because the thing is it'll also display that big on the conveyor. It'll be like this big, like the entire world. So I don't think that's really a problem. But yeah. All right. Well, we've been going for 4 hours, so I'm gonna end stream. But thank you, gamers, for coming. I appreciate it. I'm glad we were able to get all that working. I think it's so far. I'm glad we're. Don't talk. So far, it seems very promising for performance. Being able to render all of that through a single multi-mesh instance and shaders is crazy. So I want to do a test soon where I add like thousands and thousands of items to these conveyors. I'll probably just leave my game running overnight and put a mover going on to the conveyor. So ways to fix that anyway. Compact texture atlases and store the actual coordinates of each instead of just a big grid. Yeah, exactly. Like there's a lot of ways around it and stuff. But yeah. All right. I think we're good to go. Let's go find somebody to raid. Who do we want to raid today? I do not know. We'll raid Dopworks, because I want to talk about my optimizations. Alright, well thank you gamers for coming to the stream, I appreciate it. Hopefully I can get this working soon. It's gonna probably take me a while. I'm estimating maybe at least a week to get these conveyors stable and stuff enough to actually put it on a real version of the game. But it's interesting so far. But yeah. Well, thanks for coming. Feel free to buy Starground. It is on Steam on sale right now for the Automation Fest. And yeah. Join the Discord if you want. And I'll see all of you gamers on Friday at around 3:30 MDT or whenever. So thank you gamers, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.